Hey, everybody. Hey, Uncle Bill. Hey, Texas. I hope you guys can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me good because I am a little bit further away from the microphone. Um, so I may be moving this in a little bit. But, Uncle Bill, you say, what you watching tonight, Dana? This is what we're watching tonight. I hope you guys can see that. I tried to get it positioned where everybody could see the now showing. All right, great. Texas, you say I sound fine. Um, we are watching the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, followed closely by the original Evil Dead. So everybody's kind of watching on their own. I have my Blu-rays, the 40th anniversary Blu-ray I have for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and this is my 4K and Blu-ray of the Evil Dead. But I do have some links for you guys that I meant to have. In the chat already. So let me just get this in here. Hopefully there we go. This one is for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, in case any of you guys that are going to be watching tonight don't have your own copy. It is on Plex, and there could be commercials in it, so just a word of warning there. But, I can give timestamps at any point in time so that you guys can get caught up if you do get caught by a commercial if you're watching one of these versions. Okay, so the next one is the Evil Dead link, and this is from archive.org. And it does have Vietnamese subtitles on it. I'm not really sure if you can turn those off or not, but just letting you know that. So we got the links to both of the films in there. And I'm also, in case anybody wants to join me live on the stream tonight, here is the StreamYard link in case anybody wants to join in. I mean, we're going to be going on for quite a long while because we've got 2 movies tonight. This is not like my watch along nights where we watch one movie only. Oh, great, Texas. Texas says also you can watch TCM on Freebie and AMC Plus on Amazon Prime, and you can watch Evil Dead on Max. Hey, 71. You say after the day I've had, I need some good chainsaws and skin peeling. Okay, so this is going to be right up your alley. Hey, Blissful. I'm showing 5 in here. I'm not, Uncle Bill's not saying anything now, so I don't know if he's still in here with us. Uncle Bill, I know you like to participate live on the stream when I'm doing kind of more obscure movies. But if you or anybody else wants to join in live on the stream with me for either one of these movies, I would be glad to have you at any point in time, barring it's not a couple of minutes or 30 seconds before the movie's over. Hey, video, you say, or Gizmo rather. 2 great films. You have a blast. I'm watching a sexual European sleaze movie with Rutger Hauer, directed by Rob Verbalhaven. A lot of penis in it. Okay. Gizmo, you have a great time with that. Thanks for stopping in, though. As usual, I'm a day late and a dollar short, even though I didn't have to work late tonight at work. And so I may have to step out of here and go get the rest of my snacks. I do have my popcorn ready. I hope you guys got your popcorn ready. Have my Ghost energy drink, sour watermelon that I'm going to use tonight. I have another one tomorrow night, which is the 3D ones that taste like Rocket Pops or Liberty Pops or whatever you want to call them. Oh no, 71. You say, I almost fell 2 times today, almost broke a tooth on an overcooked enchilada and almost choked on rice. So I'm doing good to still be alive today. Well, man, oh man, I hope you have a good time tonight um, while we're watching these two movies. Yeah, I agree with Blissful. You need a relaxing night. And I'm in need of a little fun too. Been busy this whole week. Steve and I are still mourning the loss of our Brandon. So, yeah, I need a little bit of, just fun time. And it's hot as hell back here, too, by the way. I hate to say that, but it is. It's probably not quite that hot, but what everybody always says. And the hat will probably have to come off at some point because when it gets hot back here, it's almost impossible for me to wear this hat the whole time. It was a little bit cooler back here the night that and it was later too, that I was doing the fan commentary with the Dead Pit Boys for prom night. And so I think I managed to keep my hat on the whole time for that one. Gizmo, you say, hi, Dana, Bliss, Texas, and the rest of the gang. I will try and jump in later to talk some goof in the chat. We do a stream tomorrow on Dirk's channel. Awesome. 71, you say, oh, I plan on it. Every time I'm stuck in here alone for weeks, I almost get injured or break my leg. LOL. Hey, TJ. So I hope everybody's got their snacks and all that jazz. I promise you, at some point, I'm going to have the green screen up with the lovely background that has my head, my cartoon head on Joe Bob's body on the Monster Vision set. So I'm just kind of trying to, I guess I'm piecemealing it a little bit because this is a new thing for me. And I'm always thinking, I got to do this, I got to do that, got to get this ready, got to get that ready. And I'm always running behind with these things. So I do apologize, but I do have the now showing up, showing the movies that we're going to be watching tonight. And again, I wish that I could stream these movies. However, I don't want to get pulled off of YouTube. I don't want the stream to get canceled. I don't want a lot of things to happen. They can't demonetize me because I don't have enough subscribers to be monetized. However, they can cut my streams off and different things like that. So I just like to play it safe, and we all watch the movies on our own, and then we can, comment on them. People can come in live with me and be watching them on their own, and all of that. So we're going to get started here in just a little bit. I'm going to have to cheat on the drive-in totals, guys. I'll be totally honest with you. I think I'm going to take my hat off for a little bit. Steve, probably I'll end up closing this sliding door so I don't bother Steve. He's back there watching some movies off of a box set that he just got in. So again, I'm going to try to cheat a little bit. This is one of Joe Bob's first books, if not his first book under Joe Bob Briggs. As you can see, that appears to be Joe Bob behind the cartoon or character Joe Bob. That is actually the real guy himself. That is John Bloom, the guy who created Joe Bob Briggs. And he's the face we see. So I've had this book for a really long time. And a few years back, I was able to get Joe Bob to sign it, 2015. June 27, 2015. This is traditionally how Joe Bob will sign things to women. He says, to Dana, driving kind of gal, Joe Bob. So, I have both this book and I probably should have saved this for the Daily Grindhouse because I don't know what in the hell I'm going to do for that. But this is the second drive-in book that Joe Bob did. Joe Bob goes back to the drive-in, and it has a whole bunch more reviews and stories and all that good stuff. So what I'm hoping, and I cannot really recall, if yeah, and it doesn't look like it has an index. I was hoping it had an index, because I was pretty sure. And here's another cool thing. I don't know how many of you have this book or these two books, but Stephen King did the intro to this. This guy is really scary by Stephen King. Um, and it basically tells how Joe Bob Briggs, became a film critic, and why did God create drive-ins? And so here, since this is Joe Bob Appreciation Night, let's just pull out all the stops, and I will, share some stuff from these books for the Daily Grindhouse. Okay. So that's what we're going to do for the Daily Grindhouse. I kind of just flying by the seat of my pants tonight, guys. So I hope you will bear with me as I muddle through this. So here we go with the Daily Grindhouse intro. Alrighty, guys and gals. Hey, Darren, by the way. Stephanie, when you say, damn, my dear almost just gave me a heart attack. Man. So let's break down Joe Bob's rules to live by, shall we? Numero uno, I will not do anything that violates my personal code of journalistic ethics. However, I will do anything for money. Numero two, the difference between us and communist Russia is in communist Russia, they make up a bunch of lies to put in the newspaper, but over here, we get to make up our own lies. Numero three, I do not believe in slapping women around unless they beg for it. Numero four, I'm opposed to power drills to the ear, machetes through the stomach, decapitations with barbed wire, flamethrower attacks, and mutilation with a ball-peen hammer unless it's necessary to the plot. Numero 50, I love the Mexican people, especially the ones that sneak in. I also love the Mexican hat dance. And guys, I'm not trying to be racist here, so I hope I don't get kicked off YouTube for doing that. Numero 60, women should never be judged by their personal appearance. They should be judged by the size of their hooters. Numero 70, I believe my Baptist brothers when they say once saved, always saved, because I only want to go through it once. Numero 80, life is a fern bar. Numero 90, Bruce Lee is still the king. Numero 10, the drive-in will never die, and it never will, right, guys? This list did not age well. That's right, TJ. That's why I say I hope I don't get kicked off here for sharing that. So yeah, I think. Oh, I had forgotten that Joe Bob reviewed Time Bandits. Steve kind of introduced me to that, maybe. Talk about Joe Bob going to France. There's something about visiting hours. Basket case. Let's see. Okay, so let's go ahead and switch this back into drive-in movie night mode. And I have found where Joe Bob actually talks about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which is the first thing that we're going to be watching. So just bear with me a little bit here as I kind of muddle my way through this. So this article is called Nostalgia Weekend When Tobe Hooper Worked Outdoors. So Joe Bob says there's a lot of violent, antisocial, demeaning trash on the movie screens of America today. As you can see, Wanda Bodine is back from France. Somebody obviously told her to say that. Probably somebody in Cannes, which is in France, which is where Wanda was last seen plying her wares, so to speak. When she said that last weekend, what I really wanted to say was that she was starting to sound pretty darn tacky for somebody born in a trailer house. So let's skip a little bit here. So let's skip on over to where Joe Bob was talking about being depressed. So he said, I was a little depressed and Wanda Bodine was a little depressed. And so I knew it was time for that heartwarming classic, time for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. A lot of people come up to me and say, Joe Bob, when are you going to do Chainsaw? And I have to tell them that I'm not a person who lives in the past. And 1974 is a long time ago. And a lot of cars have run up and down that gravel drive since old Leatherface started black and deckering people to death. It's what you call a 70s thing. And this is the 80s. So let's get with it. But I feel I have a duty to speak up this week because some brilliant mind is bringing out Chainsaw again for one reason and one reason only. Tobe Hooper made some kind of indoor trash film called Poltergeist. I haven't seen it, of course, because I don't watch movies indoors. And I especially don't watch any so-called horror films that are suitable for family viewing. Let's face it, Tobe Hooper has been slumming ever since he made Chainsaw. And he's probably lost to us as a drive-in director. And remember, Joe Bob wrote this years and years ago. I'm sure he had great affection for Tobe Hooper. X-Ray, you said we talking TCM. Everyone knows the best one was Next Generation. I'm not going to deny that the Next Generation was not fun, X-Ray, but I am a sucker for the original. We all have our favorite scenes in Saw. I guess mine is the one where Leatherface puts Pam on a meat hook so he can continue his homelight work on Kurt. I also rather enjoy the armchair in Leatherface's house. When Leatherface says armchair, he means armchair. But of course, the most brilliant thing about Chainsaw is that it can scare the bejabbers out of you to the point where you think it was made by a cannibal. A lot of people say Psycho is the scariest movie ever made. Bull stuff. Chainsaw is the only movie ever made in which anybody can die at any moment. It's also the only movie with three psychos who are buddies working shifts. So as soon as Sally and Franklin veer off that main highway, they're potential meals. Think about that the next time you stop for gas in a strange place. Joe Bob says, check it out. Again, a classic. 4 stars. Okay, so in lieu of me talking about specifically drive-in totals, I gave you a little snippet of Joe Bob's article from when he actually talked about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre either a second or third time. Um, so I hope that you guys will forgive me for not having proper drive-in totals for this one. Hopefully, we won't have too many more of these where I don't actually have proper drive-in totals. I keep wanting to get them where I have them up on the screen like Joe Bob used to have. So he does have this does have an index, thank goodness. So let's take a look here uh, before we get in deep into the movie and just see what we've got here. There are actually several several pages where he talks about Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That is not a specific review there, I don't think. I think he was talking about Life Force there. Okay, I want to share this with you guys a little bit. He had a column and he called it Chainsaw Collector's Column. Today's lesson is on Saul. And I'm telling you, scumheads, I'm doing this for the last time. Every year, the same thing happens. They re-release the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and you guys expect me to take time out from serious drive-in reviewing to go rehash all of the Saw trivia. So I'm going to put all your questions in one place, and I want you to clip this sucker out and save it for next year. I don't want to have to tell you again. Okay, here goes. Numero uno, did the story of Chainsaw really happen? Whenever I get asked this, I don't even hardly want to dignify it with a response. Of course it happened. There's two movies based on the same real life event, Psycho and Saw. But Psycho gets all the publicity. Actually, Saw is a whole lot closer to the true story of Edward Gein, a handyman in Plainfield, Wisconsin that liked to dig up fresh graves, cut the skin off corpses, wear it on various parts of his body, and dance in the moonlight. When the guys in white suits finally got him in 1957, they said he'd been collecting body parts for years, had skulls on the bedpost, a human heart in a saucepan, and a lady out in his barn dressed like a deer. Eddie died last year in the Central State Hospital for the criminally insane, where he was making rock jewelry. Numero 20, when Tobe Hooper made Saw, why did he locate it in Texas? Tobe was living in Austin, but he really didn't care for where it was located. They only made it in Texas when somebody came up with the title, which you got to admit is one of the all-time greatest titles in the history of the universe. It was shot in Round Rock, Texas for about 40 cents. Numero 30, where was Saw first shown to the public? Empire Theater, San Francisco, fall of 74. They sneaked it on the back end of a Walter Matthau picture, and the audience barfed, stormed the lobby, demanded their money back, and started throwing punches. A legend was born. Numero 40, is it true Saw has been banned more than any other movie in history? Nah, not really. Deep Throat has been sued a lot more times, but the difference with Saw is it's the first R-rated flick ever to get 11 continuous years of flack. When the National Organization of Bimbos or the Baptist Church wants to get on my case, they always say, this guy is so sick he likes movies like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. They use it like some kind of put down, like they never saw it. Or maybe I should say they never got sawed by it. Numero 50, is it true Leatherface, Mr. Chainsaw, never worked again? That's right. Gunnar Hansen, the actor that played Leatherface, moved up to Maine to write poetry and build rock houses. I'm not making this up. Numero 60, is it true that the director had trouble getting work after Saw? Sort of. Tobe Hooper was just a boy from Austin that liked movies, and Saw was his first crack at it. After that, he made Eaten Alive, also known as Horror Hotel Massacre, where Neville Brand runs a little swamp motel where he feeds the overnight guests to the alligators. When Toby made Salem's Lot for TV, and that was pretty decent, then Spielberg let him make Poltergeist, but nobody could figure out whether Toby was doing it or the Spielman. And then this year, Toby got back on track with his new masterpiece, Life Force, about naked outer space bloodsuckers. Numero 70. Where did Sally, the only survivor in the movie, learn to scream like that? Marilyn Burns, the screamer, is truly acknowledged to be the finest motion picture screamer known to mankind, far better than Jamie Lee Curtis and other imitators. But it might be because she had so much to scream about. When they were making this picture, it was 110 degrees inside the cannibal house, and all the meat on the table was dead, rotting animals filled with formaldehyde. The smell, plus all the sticky blood they poured on Marilyn. Plus, she got dragged around through the underbrush for a couple of weeks and busted up both knees. And you start figuring those were real screams. Numero 80. Is it true Saw is one of the most successful films in history? Yep. Nobody knows exactly how much, but it's probably made $100 million at the box office. The reason we don't know is that the sleazoid distributors ran off with all the money for the first 10 years. The actors just started getting checks last year, and they were puny. Uh, so Joe Bob again says, Saul is still the king. Joe Bob says, at least once a year, check it out. And we are getting ready to check it out here, guys. I'm just seeing if there's any other interesting stuff that I can share. Something about Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. And there's some more about Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. All right. So, enough of that. You guys will really be able to see all the deaths here coming up shortly as we watch this movie. So, hands up, guys. How many of you in here in the chat right now have never seen the original 1974 classic, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre? I'm just curious, taking an internal poll. I'm not really going to do anything with it. Okay, I'm also going to read there went my mouse again. Gosh, this thing has been acting up all over the place. TJ brings up a very good point. We know Joe Bob is a character, right? LOL. I hope everybody knows that. 71, you say you like the first one the best. 71, you say there isn't any movie scene more authentic than that girl being lifted and put on a meat hook. X-Ray, you say, I got so much movie knowledge from Joe Bob and Monster Vision. This was years before you could find info online. 71, Texas, you say, 71, you should watch Blood Feast. It might change your mind. X-Ray, you say, Last House on Dead End Street feels like the New York answer to TCM, but more fucked up. Last House on Dead End Street is pretty screwed up. Thank you, Blissful. You like my now showing? It's basically like a dry erase board that I can change up the names of the movies I'm showing each week. So thank you very much. So, guys, I am going to remind you of what we've got upcoming or what I've got upcoming. So you guys can kind of plan out your weeks or whatever. Um, as far as I know, TJ and I are going to be finishing up our Monsters episode discussion next Wednesday. Other than these watch alongs and drive in movie nights, I'm not really sure what I'm going to be doing. So I guess it'll be a surprise. So tonight, as I said, we're going to be watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre and The Evil Dead. If you had any doubt, it's right there. Friday, June 9th is The Devil Made Me Do It night. We will be watching The Exorcist and The Omen. Friday, June 16th will be Cannibal night, and we'll be watching Cannibal Ferox and Cannibal Holocaust. And after that, it depends on how successful or how popular these drive-in movie nights prove to be. The first one was pretty decent. And if they keep being pretty decently watched, and people are participating in them, that means, I got a few people active in the chat and stuff like that. I will continue them, but I won't have them on Fridays when the last drive-in comes back from hiatus, because I don't want to seem like I'm competing with them, because they're obviously the more well-established and popular show. And, I don't want anybody to feel like they would be hurting my feelings by watching the last drive-in. And heck, I want to watch the last drive-in instead of, I love hanging out with you guys, but honestly, when Joe Bob's on, all bets are off. I like to be back there in the living room watching the last drive-in on Shudder. So Friday, June 16th, I am going to be watching as much as I can of the animal cruelty-free versions of both of those films. But you guys can feel free to watch whatever version you prefer. As far as upcoming watch-alongs, this Saturday and Sunday, Saturday will be Killer Workout. These will be starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Sunday, June 4th, might be 7, might be 6. Kind of depends. Usually on Sundays, I try to make them a little bit earlier because I know that most people are going to be going to work come Monday morning. So June 4th will be Death Spa. June 10th, again, a few days after my birthday, will be Bloody Birthday. And June 11th will be Nightmare on Elm Street 2. June 17th, in honor of the impending Father's Day holiday, will be the original Stepfather. June 18th will be the John Cusack joined High Fidelity. June 24th will be Just Before Dawn. And June 25th will be the hilarious Caddyshack. So, got all of that stuff upcoming. I hope you guys are excited about that. So, I'm also going to get my movie. Well, I'm not sure why that didn't queue itself up, but maybe I hit the wrong button here. And Reggie, I don't know what he's doing. He may want to go out at a certain time. So I'm going to try to get my version of Texas Chainsaw Massacre queued up here. My other snack for tonight will be nachos. So if you guys want to have your own nachos and along with me, feel free to do so. Or if you have another snack of choice that you want to partake of, that is perfectly fine. So I'm getting mine queued up here. In case you guys want to work on getting yourself queued up, I've got it It's about 11 seconds in. It's to a Vortex Hinkle Hooper production. And Bliss, what you say, Dana, grapevines. 71, you say, my 40 bags of chips, cookies, and pudding aren't here yet. What a shame. Ah, dang. Um, but guys, as I said, I don't have my ducks in a row all together. So I am going to remove myself from the stream temporarily, and you guys can look at the lovely background, the drive-in movie night background that I created. And I will be right back as soon as I get my nachos all ready to go. Okay, guys, I'm back, and I didn't really lose anybody, so that's good. Um, 71, you say, if we see a man with a chainsaw, we will warn you when you come back. uh, Texas says pulls out leather face mask. TJ, you say, is that your storm ration 71? That's a lot of pudding, lol. Oh, wow. That sounds serious, 71. You say, TJ, my house is boarded up and ready for the end of times. No, actually, hey, Wes, by the way, actually, I was getting, and I'm going to try not to dump these out on camera. I was getting my ration of nachos for this movie night. I've been trying to have a different type of snack in addition to my popcorn when I do these drive-in movie nights. Um, so no, not tucking Steve in and reading him a bedtime story. He's actually watching a movie, and then I think he's going to go lay down when it's over. Or pooping. Thanks. Thank you, 71. She's getting those nachos. 71, you say, what I could do with a nacho supreme tower tonight, black olives. There is actually black olives on um my nachos tonight. TJ, you say, that makes sense then. Yeah, I have to laugh at what Wes says. Don't discount your house, TJ. You say, lucky, my house is only 15 years old and 2 owners. No spooky stuff. I think 15 years is, you never know. You guys never know. I'm also pouring me a little bit of, I'll be so hyped up on caffeine. Guys, I'm sorry. Hold on just a second. So sorry, guys. I heard Darcy squeal and I didn't know what was going on. And evidently, Reg jumped over top of her and must have stepped on her and made her squeal. And then Sammy started barking. So we haven't had that nonsense around here for a little bit. And now they want to start it tonight. So apologies. I'm glad I had myself muted because I screamed a little bit because I was agitated. So I hope you guys didn't hear that. I hope everything was muted. I did get my nachos, 71. I've got them sitting right here. I thought Reggie was going to run back here and get them too. They're pretty good. They're actually from, I don't know if McAllister's is traditionally a Louisville franchise, but that's where I got them. Blissful, you say, TJ Trade, my house was built in the 1800s and is definitely haunted. You don't like black olives? You're like Steve, Wes. He doesn't like olives of any kind, I don't think. Well, I was screaming too earlier. It's a good thing. Hopefully, nobody heard that because somebody'd be recording that and then it'd be like the Steve shut up thing. So, anyways, everybody about ready to get started with the movie or before we lose everybody? Oh my gosh, yes. I've drank both olive juice and pickle juice. You said you used to drink olive juice and pickle juice for your reflux when it was bad, and it turned out it was the 3 gallons of vodka every 2 weeks. LOL. Oh man. So, is everybody that's going to be watching the movie tonight? Are you all queued up and stuff and ready to go? I'll give everybody a few minutes to get ready. I realize there might be some of you in here that aren't going to be watching the movie, and that's perfectly fine. 71, you're ready. Texas is set. TJ, you going to be watching the movie or movies tonight? Ooh, man. TJ, you say, I ate me a whole can of black olives last night, LOL. I'm right there with you guys. I love black olives. I love green olives, too. So I'll give everybody another minute or two, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Oh, cool, TJ. You say you might come on StreamYard for Evil Dead later? Yeah, you're perfectly welcome to come on, TJ. If I see you backstage, I will add you, as well as anybody else that wants to come on. So, we'll give it about another minute. And I hope I haven't missed anybody along the way. I've been trying to keep up with everybody that's popped in the chat. Steve was going to let me set my now showing sign on top of his computer back there. But as you guys can see, if I set it up there on top of his computer, you're not going to be able to see it on the camera. But it was a great idea. It just didn't pan out exactly the way I wanted it to. And I figured already I'd be, because I'm so damn clumsy, that I'd be knocking this over and everything else. But the night is still young, right? I could still probably knock a bunch of shit over before the night's over. All right. So it is now 7:57. So I'm going to do the countdown, the 3, 2, 1. And we're going to get this party started, guys. So 3, 2, 1. Press play. A film by Toby Hooper. So here is the, I thought this was fantastic. I still think it's pretty fantastic But the first time I saw the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I just thought this was so unique and kind of made it seem like it was real. Something that happened, by having this intro at the beginning of the movie. And then you get the John Larroquette intro, and then you get, I mean, you never really get 100% good look at, it's almost like, what in the hell am I looking at here? Because you just see the flash bulb go off from an old camera. I mean, an old camera now, and you can see little snippets, and you think you know what you're seeing, but until it actually gets daylight and you're not looking at these little flashes, you don't really get to see the full version of what you're seeing parts of. I mean, we're all pretty sure this is a corpse, that we're seeing flashes of, but I just love the way Tobe Hooper filmed, especially this part. This is just so great. And something else that I always noticed about this movie in particular, the radio stuff that you're hearing. Every story is a bad story. There's no good stories in here. And I don't know how many of you guys have really listened to that part of it, or even if you really cared. So they're talking about grave robbing in Texas, and the camera is slowly zooming out to reveal a corpse that has been posed in a very disrespectful way. Yeah, John Larroquette is the opening crawl reader. Yeah, that was really I'm not sure if that was originally Tobe Hooper's idea or what, but that was just a great idea. And even the title. I mean, this is pretty simple, but just based on how the title comes on and the sound effects and the jarring music and all of that, I think you're in for a wild ride at this point. Now the radio is talking about a cholera epidemic, 40 cases. Um, Daniel Pearl was excellent as a cinematographer, by the way. Again, talking about outbreak of violence in Houston. Um, some guy jumped out from 10 stories up because of a blackout during a sporting event. Yeah, a pet armadillo would be a nice pet, I think. And unfortunately, that is an actual dead armadillo. Um, I don't know how many of you guys, I mean, it's included as the extras on some of these releases. They were actually going to use a dead dog, and it was a real dead dog. And then they thought better of it. I've seen the actual footage. And I'm glad they didn't, the armadillo, poor thing, was bad enough. So I'm glad they didn't show the real dead dog. So here's the introduction to the character of Franklin, who has to be one of the most annoying characters ever put on film. But Paul Partain was just perfect for this. And Paul Partain really threw himself into this role because they said he never really quit whining, even when they weren't on camera. So, by the end of the movie, or by the end of his time on the movie, the other actors really could not stand Paul Partain. Now, I wasn't in medical school, but my senior year of high school, I was in advanced biology. We dissected a cat. I mean, the cat's already, obviously they were dead when they came to us, but, I didn't think about it so much at the time, but now it kind of bothers me when I think about it. Sorry, guys. Sammy, be good now. As you guys can see, Steve's not quite asleep right now. Sammy, nobody wants to hear that. And here is, I believe, John Henry Falk, I think is that guy's name. Steve's making an appearance. Well, his body's making an appearance. Won't see his face. Steve, you're going to get me kicked off of YouTube. Marcy, what are you doing? That's right, TJ. And yeah, Texas, Paul Partain was pretty much hated on and off set. There's Marilyn Burns there, and Terry McMahon right there. And, I have heard it said that these scenes with these poor cows was something that really disturbed people. And to see that poor cow salivating like that, and it's hot and everything, I mean, those poor cows are just packed in there together, and it's horrible. It's horrible to think about. Yeah, I don't know if I think I brought this up before, but Terry McMahon, I'm not saying she's a bitch or anything. I'm just saying she does not allow anybody to bring up Texas Chainsaw Massacre stuff on her personal Facebook page. If you want to be her friend on there, that's fine, but you better not ask her anything on that page about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, because evidently she'll get rid of you on that page. But she does have another Facebook page. I believe she still has it, Chainsaw Pam. And you can talk about Texas Chainsaw Massacre all you want on there, but just don't dare talk about it on her personal Facebook page. Yes, exactly, TJ. You say Partain is in another good 70s horror, Race with the Devil. That is a very good movie with Peter Fonda and Loretta Swit, Laura Parker. Exactly. 71, you say you should see and smell the cows and the trucks packed in on the highway. Ugh. Yeah, I eat meat. I know that sounds like I'm being quite a bit of a hypocrite, but I just don't like to think about it at all. So now they've picked up the infamous hitchhiker played by Ed Neal. Ed Neal is a character, and I think a lot of you guys that have seen interviews with Ed Neal know he's a character. Um, I think there was probably one point in time where he would have liked to beat the shit out of Toby Hooper just because of how things were handled, and I think he's mellowed over time. Um, but I think there were some early interviews and stuff that were done with him where, pretty much everybody was pissed because they didn't get paid. And, truth be told, the only way that is Toby Hooper's fault is he got mixed up with some bad people, Bryanston Pictures, that handled everything. And these guys were mob guys. And they basically, and I hope no mob guys come and kill me or try to break my legs or something. They basically ran off with all the money. And so not only did these guys, the actors, not getting money, I'm sure Toby Hooper never saw a dime for a long time. But there's one interview that I love that Ed Neal did early on, where he said that a filmmaker's asking him if he could be weird or act weird, and just to watch him when he's talking about that is priceless, as well as these scenes are priceless here. You could almost believe that Ed Neal is that crazy person, that he is the hitchhiker. Something about this whole scene, though, with the knives and stuff, is just hilarious to me. Oh, there is a big ass camera. Does anybody remember cameras like that? So now the hitchhiker is saying, hey, you could take me to my house. And they're trying, they obviously know that this guy's batshit crazy now. And So they're just wanting to get rid of him now. Here's a lesson to everybody, don't pick up hitchhikers, especially hitchhikers that look like this guy. 71, you said this reminds me of my hillbilly neighbors, LOL. So now the hitchhikers wanting Franklin to pay him for the picture. Um, and the others are saying basically, give him the damn picture back, Franklin. So I don't know if the hitchhiker, I mean, he's obviously deranged, but I'm guessing he's taking this as a slight on him. So he's shortly gonna, as they say in the film, blow up Franklin's picture because he's putting it on some aluminum foil, and I'm guessing that's maybe gunpowder or something. I don't know. And then he's gonna light it on fire. And in all this commotion, he is soon going to he's going to slice Franklin's arm. And I don't know about you guys, but that arm slice looked pretty realistic. Yeah, it's 71. That is right. Don't hitchhike either. Don't hitchhike yourself and don't pick up hitchhikers. So me and Steve have been to Texas together once. Steve has been to Texas more than once. Um, when we went together, we went down to Austin. Um, but if we go back, I would really, really love to see. Um, I know they've moved the Chainsaw House, and I think it was a restaurant for a while. I don't know if it still is or not. Um, but I would really like to see some of these locations, even if they have moved. I heard at one time that Ed Neal had bought the gas station, which, by the way, here's the gas station. And I think at one time the gas station was a restaurant as well. That's right, Dirk. I should have just paid for the pig. TJ, you say, yeah, I first watched Race with the Devil because I was a big Dark Shadows fan that Parker was in. Good Road, Devil Worshiper 70s driving flick. Yeah, I absolutely love Race with the Devil. Maybe that could be one for a future watch along. I think that would be a good one. And there is the late great Jim Seedow. Unfortunately, a lot of people from this movie are no longer with us. Jim Seedow, he passed away a long time ago. But we've lost Paul Partain, we've lost Marilyn Burns, we've lost Gunnar Hansen. It's just really, really sad when you think about how many people we've lost from this movie. Dirk, you say Bastrop, Texas is the gas station. Have you seen it, Dirk, in person? Yeah, exactly. TJ, we've lost so many people from this movie. And some of these, the lines from pretty early, for the most part, in the movie. I used to. Did anybody ever have themes like a long time ago on Windows? You could get desktop themes, and they would have sounds and desktop backgrounds and all that. And people would make these things. Um, and so I downloaded one for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre one time. And sometimes when like a air thing would come up, uh, you'd hear Jim Cedo say, "No, no, you don't want to do that." And there were just different things that would pop up, and I just really, really loved that. But I don't think anybody really makes those anymore. And Windows may have, or Microsoft may have put the kibosh on that. Darky said, "I've seen Ed Neal and Ed win 3 years in a row at Texas Frightmare Weekend." He said, "No, it's on my bucket list." Texas is a big old country. Exactly. Um, Texas, you say, "I went to one of those homemade haunted houses back in 2001, and Cedow, Hanson, and Marilyn Burns were there the night before. I had no idea they were going to be there. I was so pissed off." Yeah, I would have been too if I missed something like that. I mean, and there's no doubt, just looking at the way things are set up and all of that, you can really tell that this movie was made in the 70s. And so I'm sure that people that were growing up during this time feel, that were old enough to remember this movie, for instance, feel a lot of nostalgia for this movie. Swear. I'm getting kind of messy with the nachos here. And here's another thing: the atmosphere of this movie is just so awesome. I mean, this is definitely a movie where the houses in this movie are characters as well. And so, of course, Franklin is still complaining. And I always thought this was hilarious too, because, and I think it's been said and hinted at over the years that the meat that is hanging out of Franklin's mouth currently looks like a certain male appendage. Does it not? Dirk, you say Bastrop, Texas, about 5 hours from me. 71, you say Franklin was ready to be ditched all along. I'm not sure, but I'm not saying Marilyn Burns is a bad actress or anything. That's not what I'm saying. But she acts like she's drunk or something here. I don't know if she really was or not. It just may have been the way she was told to act in the scene, but that just struck me again. I always thought she seemed like she was either on something or drunk. And this scene is always, and I've heard it mentioned before, the scene with the granddaddy long legs, and there's just a whole bunch of them, and they're just going like that. That is a really, really creepy scene. I have never seen anything like that. But actually, I believe one of Toby Hooper's other earlier films, it might have been Eggshells, had a scene very similar to this. Yeah, exactly. 71, you say she acted like she was high, feeling no pain. Dirk, you say the TCM game full launch day is August 18th, Dana. I watched beta testing, 3 killers and 4 survivors in gameplay. I've been watching some of that beta testing with Steve too, and that game looks freaking awesome. So you can you can bet your butt that I'm going to be getting that thing. Right, TJ. You say, I mean, it was 74. They all were on drugs at one point. LOL. I'm going to go because I'm kind of getting down to the last little remnants of these nachos, and I'm going to have to get a fork to get, because I'm not going to pick up the stuff without the nachos with my fingers. So I'll be right back, guys. Going to leave the movie going. See, I told you I would end up backing into that thing. Reggie, you coming in? Reggie. No. You go on in there and be a good boy, okay? Hi, George. So hopefully I won't get too messy with this stuff. So now Kurt and Pam are going to go try to find the swimming hole that they were talking about earlier. So this is weird too. So it appears that somebody has been here, kind of leaving these ghoulish little things around. Darky said the Evil Dead game was all right, but not big replayability for me, unfortunately. Well, I suck at games so bad, Dirk, that I got stuck real early on and haven't went back to the Evil Dead game, unfortunately. Steve was like, "You need to be playing that game." So Kirk and Pam have found the what was the swimming hole, and it's all dried up. So it's kind of like me, TJ. You say I quit after the training part. So here's a scene with the tent and stuff where I mean it's a cool shot, but there was a little bit of an expansion on it originally. But Pam, being the, I hate to say this, but being the smarter of the two, wants to go back. But Kirk insists um, that, he hears a generator, so he's thinking, maybe they've got some gas. And, he says, maybe if I leave my guitar and we take a little gas, um, and then, we can get to a gas station then, and then, get a little more gas and put a little more gas in the van, bring a little more gas back to these people, and, everything will be, groovy. But we're soon going to find out that this is not a place they need to be. Dougie said, I played a while, but they need to add more content. Friday 13th, I was at it like a crack addict. A lot of barking going on outside, and I don't think any of my dogs are out there now. So us well seasoned guys and gals of horror movies are probably screaming right now, or would be screaming, especially if this is the first time you were watching it, that they need to get the hell out of there. So Kirk is playing around. He found a tooth and he put it in Pam's hand. And I'm guessing, to me, it obviously looked almost like a human tooth, but evidently he must be thinking it's an animal tooth of some sort. Okay, so coming up is going to be the big shot that a lot of people talk about, and it is an amazing shot. But first, we're going to, you know, pretty much see Kirk get dispatched here because he has to be stupid. Right? There would be no horror movies if people weren't stupid and did stupid things. So instead of getting out of there when he hears the pig sounds, he decides he's gonna, go into this strange house, uh, And oh no, this is actually the first appearance of Leatherface, played by Gunnar Hansen. And this, for little bloodshed in this movie. This movie is still pretty brutal because he was smacking Kirk upside the head there. Okay, so here's the scene I was talking about where the camera goes underneath the swing and the house just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger as Pam approaches it. And a lot of people have said that it's very frightening to watch that, and it is if you really focus on that and the way the shot is set up and the way the camera, that fluid movement of the camera, is just amazing. 71, you said, don't go outside, LOL. TJ, you say, don't pick up hitchhikers and don't go into the neighbor's house uninvited. Exactly. Because that's what people do. Yes, they do. They do stupid things within and not within movies. So Pam's obviously looking for Kirk, and soon she's not going to like what she finds in this place. Oh man. And so she's fell into probably one of the biggest pile of bones I've ever seen. And she's doesn't have a lot of clothes on as it is, and to fall in those decrepit bones, yeah, it's just, and it looks like there's hair and maybe feathers and all kinds of stuff. Chairs made of skeletons and benches made of the or partially constructed of skeletons. At 71, you say, I used to have a creepy basement door similar to that one. I honestly hope that they didn't leave that poor chicken in that little bird cage for very long. Darky say this hook scene is the one scene I couldn't watch as a kid. After that, I was hooked ever since. Remember it like yesterday. Watched TCM as the sun was going down. And I think that's probably the perfect time to watch the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And it's actually getting to that point around here right now. And we are in the summertime months, so it's going to take a little bit longer to get dark. Oh, and there's Leatherface again. This is a very frightening scene, too, because she tried so hard at that point to get away, and there was no getting away from this guy. And just the thought of being carried basically to your death here. And then the way this hook scene is filmed, it really appears that he has put her on a hook. And that hook is going right into her back. This is a very, I know brutal gets overused a lot, but this is truly a brutal scene. And you don't even have to see much. Just watching the blade from the chainsaw go down, you're not really seeing him saw through flesh or anything, but you can just imagine it. So Jerry keeps antagonizing Franklin by saying that he gave the hitchhiker Franklin's name and all this stuff and gave him his address. Franklin can't find his knife. And he says that Sally had it last. So Jerry gets a wild hair. And he decides he's going to go look for Kirk and Pam. And this kind of pisses Sally off because she says, "Can I go too?" And he's like, "Nah, you better stay here." Nah, she's not mad at Franklin. She's pissed at Jerry. I don't think I've heard that story, Texas. That's hilarious. He said Larry Cat did say in an interview that Toby Hooper paid him in pot for his narration. I'm guessing that was probably from Toby Hooper's personal stash. Darky say Terry McMahon embraces TCM now, but I heard she used to have nothing to do with it. She was pretty cool. Met her last year. She did say go to Chainsaw Gal on Facebook. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing, and she has every right to do this. I'm guessing she likes to keep her chainsaw past and her personal life as two separate entities. And I can't blame her for that. Send you say, I forgot how nice and violent this movie is. I needed it. Yeah, it's, you know, I don't want this to sound wrong or anything, but I think sometimes it's good for us. I hate to say well-adjusted people, but all of us, I feel like that are in here right now, we're horror fans, definitely, but we are well-adjusted horror fans. We're not going to go, or I would hope none of us are going to go out and try to emulate what we're seeing on here. It's just a fun time to get together and kind of, enjoy a movie, talk about it, laugh about different things, talk about the cool things in it and all that. So now Jerry is at the same damn house and he sees the blanket that Kirk and Pam had. And so he's trying to see if the people that live in this house have seen his friends. And I think he wasn't sure, but now he sees the blanket. And so he's like, I'm really confused now because that must mean that they were here at one point in time. So where are they now? So now I think he thinks they're playing some kind of trick on him because he hears giggling coming from the house and he thinks that's Pam giggling. Hey, Gory Tiger. Texas, you said that was on the new Blu-ray? Maybe I missed that somewhere along the way. Well, 71, I don't think you're nuts, but some people probably think I'm nuts because I like these movies too. So Jerry is, he hears a knocking sound. This is a pretty freaky scene as well. Because the last time we knew, Pam was on the meat hook, right? Oh, no. Oh, so damn. Jerry just got dispatched. And so you're gonna see Leatherface is just really upset now. He's like, um, where are all these people coming from? I'm usually here by myself. So he's kind of freaking out a little bit. He's like, are there more people? He's clearly distressed here. So I don't know about you guys, but I also think the pacing of this movie is pretty decent because we're moving along at a pretty steady pace. This is not a very long movie at all. It's only an hour and 23 minutes and a handful of seconds. So Sally is clearly wanting to go look for everybody because it's dark now and they should be back. But then Franklin's whining around that, well, what if we get lost too? Sorry, guys. The pollen count, and we've got an air quality alert. We've had one for like the last 3 days here in Louisville. So excuse my sneezing, but I've been basically doing that all day. Exactly, TJ, or I mean, Dirk. You say, yeah, they're trespassing in his home. Oh, good Lord. My mouse is acting up again. I agree. 71. The second Texas Chainsaw Massacre was great too. Thank you, 71. You said, bless you. Yep, I agree, Dirk. You say, yes, 82 minutes of perfection. Thank you, Corey Tiger. Um, thank you, Texas. But, the good thing about sneezing, if there could be any good thing about it, is that I don't get headaches if I keep sneezing. So now Sally and Franklin are fighting aggressively over the damn flashlight. Oh man, Dirk. Dirk, you say, fun fact, Dana, Netflix Chainsaw Massacre is 82 minutes too. Lord help us. So Sally was just going to go off in the darkness without a flashlight. But now Franklin's like, Sally, I can't keep up with you. I'm coming with you. I'm coming with you. Wait a minute. 71, you say, I would have bitch slapped him a few times. So now Sally is trying to push Franklin in his wheelchair through this mess. And she's screaming for Jerry, but Jerry ain't answering, and we know why, but they don't. So I see a light, I see a house, and he's still complaining. Come on, push. So we're getting ready to come up on another pretty famous scene. There it is. I think they reported this was the most blood that was actually used in the movie. So this is when the movie really, really kicks into high gears right here, where Leatherface is chasing Sally. Good point, Dirk. You said they should have listened to Franklin to begin with. Their dumbasses got everyone killed. Um, yeah, but on the other side of that coin, if they had listened to Franklin, then there probably would have been no movie. So, but in reality, they should have listened to him. Well, you're welcome, Bliss. Will you say this is really making me happy tonight? Thank you for this, Dana. I'm hoping that it's actually a stress reliever for a lot of us. And I think Marilyn Burns really got beat up during this scene because, I mean, she is clearly, her hair's getting entangled in branches, her clothes are torn, she's having to crawl on her hands and knees, and you know that's got to be very uncomfortable. So she's thinking she's going to get some help at the house. And we know, several people have already come to this house and no help was there. 71, you said, this is when you unfortunately decide to ditch the weakest link. So she's actually going in the house. But I don't think she's going to like what she finds in here. Oh, it's Grandpa. And Grandma, too, evidently. So I think the story is, and you guys feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, that they allowed Marilyn Burns to jump out of that higher up window, but that they used someone else as sort of like a stunt person for a later shot that is just really lower off the ground. Yeah, Dirk, I would probably have to say after a Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it would be Salem's Lot, just because. And a lot of you have expressed that you love Salem's Lot. Salem's Lot is an incredible movie. An incredible movie. And I think Toby Hooper knocked it out of the ballpark with that one. So yeah, I would agree with you there. Guys, I'm kind of trying to. There we go. I was able to find some Evil Dead stuff that we can talk about from Joe Bob's book. Joe Bob Goes to the Drive-In. So Sally's managed to make it back to the gas station where she thinks that she'll be safe. You know, this is a kindly old guy and he'll surely help me. She's wanting to call the police. He says there's no phone here. He's telling her they'll have to drive somewhere else. And he's saying, you know, take it easy. I'll get the truck. And, you know, if this would have been your first watch, at this point, you would have no reason not to trust Jim Seadow's character, would you? Okay? He's just a gas station owner. And he makes barbecue. And there's some of it there. But as we're looking at this stuff, not all of this stuff looks like animal meat. It doesn't to me. And we're rehearing the information or the news report about the grave robbing. And now Jim Seadow is back. And why does he have a burlap bag? And a rope. And now Marilyn Burns or Sally's getting suspicious. And he's like, now, you know, you just cooperate, young lady, and we won't have any trouble. The word is that Jim Seadow hated doing this to Marilyn Burns. And, Marilyn Burns finally had to tell him, Jim, just hit me. Because if they didn't get this stuff right, it was just going to go on forever. Oh, and then he stuffs that dirty rag in her mouth. Ugh. So, guys, believe it or not, we don't have too much more left in this movie because we're over an hour into it. And the last part, of course, is going to include the dinner scene, of course. Texas, that's interesting. You say eaten alive for me. And he's just talking to the girl that he's put in a burlap bag and tied up and stuffed a dirty rag in there. He's talking to her about saving money on electricity. Just like he's having a conversation with somebody that's just sitting there normally in the seat next to him. And he just spontaneously starts poking her and says, I hope you're not too uncomfortable down there. And then he jabs her a few more times. And he's telling her she's got nothing to worry about. We'll be there soon. Well, she probably wouldn't scream, dude, if you would quit, poking her. So we're also coming up on some, in my opinion, hilarious interaction between what's going to become known as Cook and Leatherface and the hitchhiker. And, there was some confusion, I think, early on with with the relationships in this movie. And it might not have been confusing for everybody. But I think clearly, now that I've seen this movie several times, that they are brothers. I think there was some confusion at one point that maybe Jim Seadow was the dad, but I'm pretty sure that all three of them are brothers. Darky say love eating alive as well. Judd is just misunderstood and conflicted. Hey, James Rose. You said, look what your brother did to the door. Yeah, I love that stuff. And, calling the hitchhiker a coon shit and all of that. And that's coming up too, that line. And he's saying, I told you, and I told you, I told you never to leave your brother alone. And go get that girl out of the car. Or out of the truck, rather. Don't you got any self-respect? Here, look what your brother did to the door. This is great. Oh, he got no pride in his home. And then he starts in on Leatherface. You damn fool! You better get those kids. Yeah, James. It does. There is more humor to the second one, I think. Oh, and then when the hitchhiker finds out, oh, this is the one of the girls that I was hitchhiking with. And he goes to this whole thing of, I thought you were in a hurry. And, obviously she can't get away at this point. And poor Leatherface is trying to defend himself. And then he's like, you damn fool, you ruined the door. We just got to have some reason to keep beating on poor Leatherface there. Well, now they're going to bring out Grandpa. Hey, Darren, welcome back. You say, hey, guys, I'm back. Just finished a film I'm reviewing tomorrow on Dirk's channel. Cool. Yeah, poor Leatherface. And then they're talking to her like she came here of her own free will. They're going to fix her some supper. And Leatherface is just curious. And, the cook doesn't want him, doesn't want him bothering that girl. So, like I said, we're coming up on the big dinner scene. And this is a scene that a lot of people talk about. I think a lot of people talk about this one as much as they do Pam on the meat hook scene. Because this, again, is so iconic. And if you listen to interviews by all of the actors that were in this, they basically would say, that, there was a smell of rotting meat, that, they couldn't wash the costume or the outfit worn by Gunnar Hansen. And he said, I know I stunk because they only had one of those. And if they washed it, it would remove all the fake blood and all of the different things. And so for continuity, he couldn't have his clothes washed. Yes, Dirk, exactly. The second sight release is insanely good. I finally got my copy and I have watched it, and it is freaking fantastic. So, Grandpa was played by John Dugan, who John Dugan was quite young at the time, but he's playing a decrepit old man here who gets really jazzed about sucking blood from some young girl's finger. So there's a story behind this as well. There's a story about John Dugan that when they were trying to carry him downstairs, he would just go limp and cause them that much trouble. Which brings us to this scene where they're trying to slice open Sally's finger to feed the blood to Grandpa to get him all energized here. And as you can see, Grandpa's really loving it. And he even does this thing. There he goes, like a baby that's being fed a bottle. He's just eagerly sucking on her bloody finger. And so, from what I have heard and seen in interviews, and I'm sure you guys have too, um, they really ended up cutting Marilyn Burns' finger to do that because the effect wasn't working. They kept doing it and doing it and doing it, and it was all night. I forget how many hours they shot, but this was mind-numbingly long. So it stunk in there. It was hot in there. This dead animal carcasses and other assorted meat was just rotting. And so this again is a very iconic scene, especially when it zooms in on Marilyn Burns' eyes. Um, because these guys are clearly crazed individuals. And then on top of that, the cook goes back and forth between seemingly being at least partially sane and then just as batshit crazy as the other two. If they paid him extra, you say 71. Well, the sad thing is, I don't think that anybody really got proper payment for years. And I think that's why so many of them were angry. And, I can't really blame them. TJ, you say dinners with my family seem longer. 71, you say, I think I'd find dinner with the Sawyers far more enjoyable than with my family. So I always thought that this was funny too. You're just a cook. And he's like, shut your mouth. And, they're having this argument, and Sally is freaking losing her mind. And they're complaining about, the hitchhikers complaining, him and Leatherface do all the work. And it's like, you don't you don't do nothing. And he says, I just don't take no pleasure in killing. And Sally is just basically begging for her life. She's telling them she'll do anything they want. And it seems like the more wound up she gets, the crazier the cook gets. Okay, so here is the big scene where, damn, break out the Visine, of course, but this is very tense. And this movie has just been building to a crescendo till we get to this part where she is obviously breaking with reality completely. There's no doubt about that. I mean, they really zoomed in on her, the blood vessels in her eyes. And then, of course, Leatherface is getting real close to Sally. And then all of a sudden, the cook snaps out of it and he says, no need to torture the poor girl. Yeah, exactly, Dirk. Grandpa was the best killer there ever was. So The hitchhiker is like, I've been thinking about letting Grandpa have a chance, and then the whole thing, hey Grandpa, we're gonna let you have this one, and to which we get more close-ups of Marilyn Burns screaming, her eyes. Um, and then he, while they're getting out, the all the preparations for Grandpa to kill her, um, the metal tub, and all of that. Um, the cook is trying to calmly talk to her, and there's no calmly talking to anybody at this point. Well, again, she's begging for her life here. But Grandpa he's so old that he literally can't hold this hammer. I mean, this is very tense too, because if this was your first time watching it, you would be thinking, "Oh my gosh, are they going to kill her? Is she, does she have a chance of getting away?" Very, very tense scene here. Hey, Chrissy. At 71, you said this movie is why they created Mace. So Dirk might be a little bit ahead of me, because just now Sally is jumping out the window. This scene is tense too, because you're screaming at her to get up, get up, get up, and she's basically kind of dragging herself along, and we're going to see the hitchhiker come up behind her, followed very closely by Leatherface. And you're still thinking to yourself, probably at this point, is he going to get her? Is Leatherface going to get her? This is classic scene too. And then when they when they get out on the main road, it's classic too. So yes, I'm about to the point. Here comes the Black Maria. This is fantastic too. This is classic. As if she hadn't seen enough, and the movie still ain't over yet. Chris C, you say I have three versions of the film: the Steelbook BD released by Dark Sky Films in 4K with the sexy slit by them, and the 4K from Second Sight. I'm not sure how many. I haven't counted lately how many versions I have of this. Probably this and the Evil Dead. I probably had the most versions of. Thank you, Blissful. Please hit the thumbs up. Thank you. And so this is also very tense because And they said in some of the interviews that it took Marilyn Burns forever to get up in that truck, and um, I think Gunnar Hansen had to keep purposely slowing himself down so he wouldn't get to her. So he's really working it there so that she can get into the truck. Chris, see, you say, well, I'm a mega Friday the 13th fan, so I have a few versions of those films too. So we're coming up on the very crazy Leatherface dance with the chainsaw, as well as the frantic screaming from Sally. And that's the way the movie ends, with that final Leatherface dance. So, 71, you want some Cheetos? So, I hope you guys enjoy um, this movie, watching this movie. Again, it's a shame that I can't stream these for everybody to watch. Unfortunately, I'm really afraid that YouTube would take me out for that. Um, but I'm so glad that a lot of you have your own versions of the film to watch. Chrissy, you say Evil Dead. I have just the steelbook Blu-ray of that, and a 4K of Evil Dead 2 and a 4K of the remake 2013. Oh, that remake keeps rearing its ugly head all the time, doesn't it, guys? Let's what you say. I overloaded the nachos, but oh well. 71, you say this is how everyone does. It's no big deal. Thank you, 71. You say very great stream. And the awesome thing is, guys, if you guys can hold out, we got a whole other movie coming up, which I am going to take a quick break to run to the restroom and clean up some of my crap around here, and then I'll be back and we're going to talk a little bit about the Evil Dead and what Joe Bob thought of the Evil Dead. Um, and then we'll get started with watching the Evil Dead. Okay. So I'm going to let y'all look at that wonderful background while I am taking care of some stuff. Be right back. No, Kelly, you did not miss the whole stream. We've got one whole movie coming up. Yes, 71 is correct. Evil Dead is next. Um, so no, you didn't. You definitely didn't miss. Dark. Um, well, thank you, Blissful. You say Dana always has great streams. Oh yeah, Dirk, get me tonight. Dana loves 2013 Evil Dead, Chris. Why are you telling tales on me, Dirk? Chris, see, I can tell LOL Raining Blood from Slayer could play as it literally is towards the end of the film, LOL. Chrissy, you said that's a record to blood used, if I recall. Freddy versus Jason held that for a bit. TJ says, who weighs this blood? LOL. So, anyway, gonna go over a little bit from, not a lot, but a little bit from Joe Bob Goes to the Drive-In, because Dana was a lazy ass and forgot to do drive-in totals. I forgot to rewatch both of the films. I don't know why. I guess I wasn't thinking correctly last night, and I did not get drive-in totals. So I'm cheating and going with what good old Joe Bob says, or historically he said about these movies. So this article was The Evil Dead. We're talking Red Meat City. So Joe Bob says, I'd like to get disgusting here for just a moment, if you don't mind. I'd like to talk The Evil Dead. Most of you turkeys know by now that I've been waiting a year and a half for this flick. I wrote letters. I screamed at the jerkolas in New York who bought the rights to this mother. I told Sam Frog to get it for the first annual World Drive-In Movie Festival and Custom Car Rally. But Frog couldn't deliver the groceries. I called up every meat packing plant in Fort Worth, stockyards, to see if they'd be interested in sponsoring the screening. I wanted it for Red Meat Night at the Highway 183 Drive-In in Irving. I wanted it for the Two Grizzly for Cable Festival at the Godly Drive-In. You know what they all told me? No way, Jose. Nobody has any respect for the arts in this town. You're thinking, hey, what's the big deal? Just another zombie splatter movie, right? One difference, Oklahoma breath. In this sucker, there's only one way to kill the zombies. We're talking total dismemberment. Hands, arms, legs, and yes, of course, what else? Heads will roll. You thought those were zombies in Night of the Living Dead? Excuse me while I go buy you a copy of Richard Simmons sings Frank Stallone. Could we have a little wimp music here, please? You think those were zombies in Dawn of the Dead? Would you wait here just a minute while I go check the show times for Flashdance for you? You might want to look around for some yarn to put on your ankles and a t-shirt with Snoopy on the front. Now that I've cleared the room, let's take a look at the Evil Dead on the old barf meter. And I think you'll agree that this is the Paint the Room Red Vomit Champion of 1983. Cherry Dilday went along for the ride, lost her lunch in the first half hour, tossed her cookies all over the upholstery, ended up so trashed she forgot to take her clothes off till the second feature. This baby is off the scale. You might want to pack a few hefty bags in the trunk because I'll just say this, it's not a pretty sight. The Evil Dead is a classic because it follows the Joe Bob Briggs ultimate test of a splatter flick. Anybody can die at any time. This flick was made for about $3 by a guy named Sam Raimi, who says he's from Detroit. Sam is probably a psychopath. Remember, when you see this one, that Sam is capable of anything. How about a woman raped by the woods? Not raped in the woods, by the woods. These vines start snaking around her arms and her legs and her neck, and she struggles, and the woods throws her down on this wet ground, and then things start to grow all over her. And then, for the big finish, this enormous tree limb comes down, and, well, it's not something the high sheriffs are going to let me get away with anyway. We've got your basic spam in a cabin plot. These 5 teenage pork chops go to the cabin in the woods like Friday the 13th, only it's a better cabin and better woods. And you know from the first 5 minutes this is going to be some weird bull stuff because of all the unseen presences everywhere. You just don't know when it's going to start. And I'm not going to tell you. How about a scene where a zombie with superhuman strength stabs a guy in the ankle with a number 2 wooden pencil, rams that baby all the way through? Actually, it's a girl, but I'll go with it. How about a chainsaw scene where this girl has to be sawed up into itty bitty pieces by her friends because she turned zombie on them? Now we're getting down to the nitty. They find this book in the basement that's written in human blood and bound in human flesh, and it says that zombieism is contagious. And that the bottom line is they're all goners. Just in case they don't get the message, the unseen zombie presence also leave them a reel-to-reel tape recorder. You will die, they say. One by one, we will take you. The movie then starts raising a lot of moral questions like, if your girlfriend turns zombie on you, what are you supposed to do? Only one thing you can do. Go get a meat cleaver and start making like the butcher at Safeway. This is the first mistake they make. See, when this girl starts spewing white slime out of her mouth and going around breaking people's arms with her bare hands and growing Dracula teeth, instead of everybody just getting together and saying, hey, hold it a minute, heads have to roll here, they monkey around and try to stuff her in the basement for a while till they figure out what to do. The star of the flick is this guy named Ash, Bruce Campbell, who gets the 1983 Drive-In Makeup Award for effective use of blood on the body. We're talking gallons on the face alone. And Ash can't get his act together. Like when his girlfriend finally gets stabbed in the back during turning her back into just a normal dead person instead of a zombie woman, Ash knows what he has to do. He takes her into the chainsaw room and starts to make her into a chicken fried steak. But then he sees the locket he gave her and he breaks down and decides to just bury her instead. You can see in the picture on this page what happens to old Ashley. And there are actually some pictures in this book as well. I've decided I won't even try to tell you about the girl who has to cut off her own hand, or the scene where the zombies start decaying and aging 2,000 years in about 2 minutes. I'll give you an idea of what I'm talking about. This one may make Chainsaw eligible for the Disney Channel. We're talking 19 gallons of blood, 1 breast, 4 breasts, unless you include the rapist Forrest. No kung fu, no motor vehicle chases, driving Academy Award nominations for Raimi, the psychopath, Bruce Campbell, Ellen Sandweiss as Cheryl, the Forrest rapee, Sarah York as Shelley, the girl whose hand is on this page. No question about it, grisly, nasty, disgusting, 4 stars. Spam in a Cabin champion of 1983. One more thing. The flick is not rated. The ratings board probably wouldn't look at it. Joe Bob says, check it out. The Evil Dead flies to the top of the charts even though this is heavy drive-in season. The 1983 list for you turkeys who forgot to cut it out last time goes like this. Hold on, guys. Excuse me. 1, The Evil Dead, Spam in a Cabin. Number 2, Revenge of the Ninja, every kind of kung fu known to man. 3, Deathstalker, starring Barbie Benton's upper torso and a Miles O'Keefe lookalike who goes around throwing spears through people. Number 4, Screwball's most imaginative use of female breasts, best Porky's ripoff. Number 5, Hell's Angels Forever, best documentary, best on-camera use of a ball-peen hammer. Number 6, The Concrete Jungle, best bimbos in cages. Number 7, Blood-Sucking Freaks, Gore and Perversion Extravaganza. Number 8, Wavelength, Best Ball-Headed Space Baby Flick. Number 9, Eagle's Shadow, Jackie Chan Kicking Heads in Hong Kong. And 10, 10 to Midnight, Best Chuck Bronson Sweeps the Scum Off the Street Flick. Okay, so I just wanted to share that little article that Joe Bob wrote way back when for The Evil Dead. And it did technically have some drive-in totals in there. I've also, in addition to sneezing like a mad woman, I've been having this cough. And I would be willing to bet it's all related to the air quality around Louisville right now. It is just really miserable. Durkee say, I got to share my first time seeing The Evil Dead with Sam Raimi, how it scared my young ass. Watching it on an analog TV with antenna, black and white, it had frizzy charm. Raimi was awesome. Yes. And you know, speaking of that, the way that you watched it for the first time, Dirk, that would probably be the optimum way for everybody to watch it the first time around. Darren, you say Evil Dead is one of the films that got me into horror, frightened the hell out of me as a kid. Got to see it uncut before the Video Nasties debacle. You were lucky there, Darren. Chris C, you say, yeah, Darren, been years since I watched it. Might crack open the Steelbook Blu-ray eventually, LOL. Thank you, TJ. Thank you, Blissful. You think I need to buy a dehumidifier, TJ? I thought Steve had a dehumidifier, but hell, I don't know where it is right now. It actually does sound like a good idea. All right, so let me see where I've got. Let's see here. I'm not sure why that was trying to bring up. Texas Chainsaw Massacre again, and I obviously don't have that in the player or the drive, the Blu-ray drive. So let's restart things here a little bit, and hopefully. Yes, TJ, I will put this back in. I'll put it back in the chat for you. Sorry about that. It's probably way up there at the top of the stream, or the chat, rather. Man, come on. Oh, this thing is being... All right, let's try this again. I don't know why it's not copying and pasting it. Oh, jeez. This is making me mad. All right, let's try it like this, guys, shall we? For some reason, it's not wanting to paste it. Is it doing one of those things where you guys can see it pasted and I can't? No? Okay. I'm not sure what is going on here. Oh, Lordy. If it ain't one thing, it's another, guys. It's not copying and pasting for some reason. I guess my keyboard is acting up again. Gosh dang it. I don't know what the deal is here. Hold on, guys. Now, I got to get it to start working again here, guys. It's not, I don't know what's going on with it. Hold on just 1 second. Probably going to have to pull out that stupid Blu-ray dongle. Ugh. This dang thing is still not working. All right. Maybe it'll work now. No, well, maybe not. It is just not wanting to type jack shit. Lovely. Okay. I may have to hook it up, guys. Hold on a second. Oh, jeez. I don't know why I cannot get... Maybe somebody can tell me. This stack-on thing is all charged up. So it's not like it's a battery issue. But I just have to ask, does anybody else have any trouble with wireless keyboards and mice? I didn't used to have trouble with them. But now it seems like every mouse I get and every wireless keyboard I get now just screws up all the time. It loses its connection and all of that. So I just have no idea what is going on here. Okay, so we're going to try this, guys, because I don't want to waste any more time. You know, Chrissy, I'm really getting ready to go all wired and forget this Bluetooth stuff, because I'm just getting totally aggravated, because it was connected, but it just freaking stopped working. So there you go, TJ. Sorry it took so long for me to get that in there. So again, I don't know what in the heck is going on with it. Yeah, I am I thought going Bluetooth would be a good idea, but evidently not. And I see TJ, don't call me Ash, is backstage, and I am going to add him momentarily here. I'm not sure what TJ's got on his face, but it looks like he's got something on his face there. So I guess we'll see here in a second. I'm just trying to get the disc to at least start playing here so I can kind of get it queued up. Yeah, I like the freedom, guys, of being able to have these wireless keyboards and mice, but when they act up like this all the time, it gets super annoying. I don't know how long it's going to take for this thing to freaking load. Okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and add TJ while we're waiting for this thing to load here. Hey, TJ, what happened to you?
I was having trouble with this book here, and I don't know. It's good reading, though.
TJ might go all crazy on us. Hey, I just...
Yeah, hang up the speaker, excuse me.
Oh, you got your speaker ready and everything? So you got you got Joe Bob back there. I've got one of those too. You probably can't see it, but he's back there. But I've also got Darcy as well. Do you have Darcy too? There she is.
She was busy.
She was okay.
She's got to go back to where she was. There we go.
Oh,
So,
so let me see if this thing. Ah, well, it started is what it did. Okay.
I got my Ultimate Special Edition.
Ooh, I have that version too. So I had mine queued up about 11 seconds in. What do you know? I think Texas Chainsaw was 11 seconds in too. And it's getting ready to come in where you hear the flies buzzing and the foggy looking effect there. So I'm going to read some of these chat messages too, real quick, that I missed while I was trying to fiddle with this stupid keyboard. Um, let's see. So Chris C says, first time I watched it, my friend's brother had the special edition Necronomicon DVD of that. Never seen anything like a chick being molested by a tree, and I don't think anybody ever will again. I think that was probably a one and done thing, and I've actually seen interviews. I think written interviews where Sam Raimi has said that he considered, for a while taking that scene out, and that he was actually ashamed that he filmed that. Darren, you say easily the best. Agreed, Dirk. And yeah, that tree rape scene was pretty out there back in the day.
back in the day. Even now, it's pretty bad.
Blissful says YouTube is all kinds of messed up with glitches lately. Uh, well, I'm still not sure if this is a YouTube glitch or not, but like I said, some of you guys were telling me that you weren't getting the notifications when I was going to do a stream. So I don't know if that was happening to everybody or just certain people weren't getting the notifications or what was going on. Um, Chris C, you say, Dirk, do you like that Argento cut of Dawn of the Dead? Because I just ordered that set off of Amazon, $40, not too bad either. And Chris, you also say everything I use is wired, LOL, other than my PS4 controller. Darren says he's not a fan of Dawn of the Dead, but Argento cut is worth it for the Goblin score. Dirk uses wired because of Bluetooth debauchery. I'm beginning to understand that Bluetooth debauchery, Dirk. Darren says Day of the Dead is the best for me. Love Night too. I love all three of them, but and Night is the one that started it all, of course. But I love Dawn. I just Dawn of the Dead is just the absolute. I guess it's got to be the absolute favorite of that original trilogy for me. Chris C says, I couldn't imagine if Goblin did the score for Inferno would be even more epic. LOL. I don't know, a lot of love for Inferno, and I've tried Inferno again, and I don't know, I find that one boring. I guess I'm in the minority though. TJ's shaking his head yes. Um, I knew Dirk did not like Dawn of the Dead. He said, awesome, Chrissy. I hate Yawn of the Dead, but needed Argento cut. Okay. Yeah. Well, we we can all agree to disagree there, I would think, with that kind of stuff.
Well,
So,
the Argento cut takes on all the comedy stuff, so if you like that part of it, then you're not gonna.
right, exactly. Uh, hmm. Chrissy says, I like the remake. Snyder did better anyway. LOL. Down with the sickness. Yeah, I
Me,
wasn't a fan of that one.
I liked it, but I don't know if it's better than the.
Right. I think it was just okay for me. And there
It's
were
very
some,
early 2000s horror. It's the first 10 minutes are like the best part. They actually premiered that on TV before the movie actually came out. Back in the was it 2004, I think.
that sounds right. Darren says, I'm hoping one day I will like Dawn, but it never happens. Christy says, all good. Dana Inferno is all kinds of crazy. Darren says Inferno is a grower. Yeah, maybe I just have to. I don't know. Maybe I
Eight
got
more
to
times. Watch it 8 more times.
watch it 8 more
Well,
times.
that yeah.
I'd rather watch that 8 more times than ever watch the Evil Dead remake ever again. So,
One of the watch along channels I watch, they just did it. They just released their Evil Dead remake watch today.
oh wow.
So I was like, oh, they must know what you're.
Okay, so TJ, are you all queued up and ready to go for Evil Dead?
Yep, ready to play. I'm 11 seconds in.
All right. So, everybody in the chat that's going to be watching this, just give me a thumbs up or whatever to let me know if you are all queued up and ready. And we'll give it a minute or two and then we'll go ahead and get started so that, everybody isn't falling asleep at the wheel here before we get done with the movie. I think I would probably have to agree with Dirk on that. Inferno is great, but not really Argento, and maybe that's why I don't much care for it. It just doesn't feel like Argento.
It's the Zombie 3 of Argento movies.
Okay, so Texas is ready. Texas is always on top of it. Um, he's usually the first one that says he's ready. So, like I said, I'll give it another minute, and then we'll go ahead and get this party started for the second movie. Otherwise, TJ might fall asleep on me. He'll be we'll hear snoring, and it'll be like, who fell asleep?
I do have some more reading to do, so if you want to hurry this up.
That is a cool thing. Where'd you get that, TJ?
Birthday, Christmas present?
Ah,
Trick or Treat Studios. That's what.
Trick or Treat Studios. Yeah, they do.
It's just like it doesn't open or anything. It's just.
But it's still cool. I like it a lot.
Yeah, my Book of the Dead DVD case is it's getting worse and worse.
Oh no.
I don't know what I have to do to like just keep it the way it is now. I mean, it might not matter at this point.
All right, so I'm not seeing anybody like screaming in the chat, like saying don't start. So let's go ahead. We'll do the 3, 2, 1 and get started with this. So 3, 2, 1, press play.
The title is Drunk.
One thing I don't think anybody can deny is this is a great opening. Very atmospheric.
Reminds me of a movie I saw recently. It was called Evil Dead. They were in a boat being pushed down the
Yep.
stream here. I'm gonna be Sam Raimi giving all the commentary about the making of the movie.
That's okay. You can do that.
Gone 6 months and I got the fear after all the songs that we sang.
There we go. Yeah.
He's drunk. That was from the moonshine they drank that they cut the scene up because they actually drank moonshine. So.
There's the look. Bruce Campbell's look there. I think that was
Yeah.
the look that was because of the moonshine.
Every night, don't you sleep on your right. Don't...
So, have you met all the ladies of the Evil Dead, TJ?
Nope.
I couldn't remember if you had or
I got the autograph for a gift, so I didn't meet them. I think it was a mail-in thing a friend got for me. So I was gonna meet them at a convention, and then one of them dropped out, and I got.
Oh, that's right.
I got annoyed, and I was like, "Well, I don't want to go." So I missed the whole convention just because I was like, "Oh."
Was it Betsy Baker or was it one of the
I think it was Betsy Baker. Yeah. Well, they're all moms and everything. It's not like, you know.
And the car is the classic, or it came to be known as the classic. And I think it was Bruce Campbell that would joke that the reason why Sam Raimi put this in all of his movies for years and years and years was because he got laid in that car. Now, I don't know how true that is.
Sam and Rob Tapert on the side of the road.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
You'll hear that on the tape later. Sam and hikers done the roads.
Yeah.
See, there's the moonshine. Here we go.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, why are we getting it so cheap? What's that high-pitched voice?
That is kind of funny.
I do like the point of view, like see, we're like, but then if whoever's looking at them better be driving. Probably real pits.
And because this is very low budget, we're gonna see a lot of continuity errors.
Those beams are fake. Those are.
It's murder beams, and if you don't know what that's referring to, Sam Raimi and his buddies made a movie called "It's Murder," a short film rather.
It's a shot where you can only see two people in the car, and there were no women in it.
Right. I think one of them might be Sam Raimi in there, possibly.
Yeah, maybe. There's the long drive down the road.
And this was filmed in Tennessee, right, TJ?
I think so, yeah. There's one point where right there where the camera gets a little stuck with the trees. See that? Yep, it's up the car. There's a tree stuck to the car. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were dragging that branch for a little bit.
So the swing was made that was not part of the original cabin.
Mm-hmm. And they also had to scrape cow poop off the floor of the cabin.
Yeah, because the animals had just walked through. All the doors were open and everything was just like destroyed inside. They had to basically rebuild. They cut up. There was like, I think it was more rooms, and they cut them out to have like one main room, and then Cabin in the Woods does the cabin, but they don't have the swing. That annoys me. I'm like, why almost make it look exactly like the Evil Dead cabin, but don't do the swing? The remake did the swing. They're like, we ain't going in that place. You go first.
Darren says, I'm still waiting for the Lays of the Evil Dead commentary track that was advertised on the back of a DVD. And yes, Sean Clark did recently do a video on the Evil Dead locations. And I still need to watch all of that.
A lot of people have done that. he took pieces of the roof. Other people take pieces of the chimney. He was like, "Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to take the chimney. I don't want to. It should just." He's like, "It should just stay here, and nobody should be touching it." But I'm like, "Yeah, but people are gonna touch it."
Yeah.
I'd take one of those big ass ones. I wouldn't take little small.
um, there was a friend of ours, Abby, who bought supposedly some dirt from where the cabin was.
Fright Rags did a Ladies of the Evil Dead shirt, and they gave free dirt in a little vial. I don't know if that's she got
I
it.
can't remember where. I don't think Abby got it from Fright Rags. I think it was just one of the many vendor tables that at one of the conventions. And if I remember right,
Hit him in the face.
I forgot how much she paid for it, but Steve lent her like $10 so she would have enough to get it. So I'm hoping that was real dirt from where the cabin was.
I mean, you can't really believe everybody.
So, like I was saying, you will see continuity errors in this. I've already noticed that Scotty's hair changes lengths.
Bunch of times, yeah.
Yeah, several times.
So all these bones are a reference to Texas Chainsaw.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to here in a little bit when they go down into the basement. There's going to be I believe it's Hills Have Eyes poster.
Mm-hmm.
And so Sam Raimi and Wes Craven had this going back and forth thing for a few movies where it seemed as if they were saying to each other, you think your movie was real there? Here, here's something else, I think people took stones from that fireplace.
Yep.
I don't think there's probably any stones left.
No, there are. When Sean Clark went there was still
was there still some?
You can still tell it was a chimney. So there's a lot. They're big stones. So I don't think people kind of want
to. They don't want to haul those away, do they?
Also, it's private property, so I'm sure a lot of people sneak on there, and that might weigh them down if they have to run away. So I don't know if they want to grab those stones or not.
Right. Dirk, I am watching the Blu-ray. That came with my 4K because I don't have the ability to watch a 4K back here at my computer, but I do have a Blu-ray drive.
So I think it was Tom Sullivan who did the drawings, and he did the stencil that she's basically tracing over there while her hand is possessed.
And I don't know how many other people have met Tom Sullivan, but I met him years and years ago at a Cinema Wasteland convention, the first convention I ever went to. And he had his Evil Dead museum there, and that was really cool. He had a bunch of different things from the movie.
Now, why didn't she say, "Hey, there was something moving in the cellar"? It's like this whole scene didn't happen, and she told it. Ooh, jump scare.
Yeah.
In the cellar. Monster in the cellar. Dead bodies in the cellar. Will you stop?
Dirk says, I've seen someone selling Camp Crystal Lake water too.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that, but wow.
So you'll notice that Scott was wiping off his pants. There's a deleted scene where Cheryl pours water on his lap to kind of get back at him for teasing her.
So when the basement or
party down,
the cellar door pops open, if you look real quickly, you can see somebody's hand actually popping the. There it was.
This is a very 70s shot where they get up from the table and it's shaky and they walk over.
Mm-hmm. So between TJ and I, we're going to give you so much Evil Dead trivia, it'll be coming out of your ears.
An animal, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
That line is funny to me where Cheryl says, "I don't like sellers."
I
That
mean,
just, I don't know, it just seems funny to me. It seems like a weird thing that somebody would just say, "I don't like sellers."
Scotty, I'm not going down there.
Uh, Dirk, I'm 11 minutes, about 6 seconds in.
Oh, you're way up there. How'd you get so far ahead?
I don't know. So Scotty is going down in the cellar by himself, and uh, this really, the character of Ash, at least on this one, is a real chicken shit, basically. And I love Bruce Campbell. I love the character of Ash, but he does tend to stand in the background a lot on this.
He's not smart college kids. He only brought one flashlight.
Yeah,
Okay, now this 360 around the room. It's like, do they really think the cabin basement was that big? It just makes no sense.
Darren says he prefers to watch this on the DVD because the Blu-ray shows off a lot of the makeup effects. Which, yeah, I agree with that.
This is Sam Raimi's family's basement in their farmhouse, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. Because this cabin didn't actually have a cellar.
No, there's a hole in the ground that they dug, like what, 6 feet down, something like that.
I think somewhere when he like turns a corner or something, it goes into the basement of
Yeah, it's
the.
like a cavernous basement that makes no sense.
You're
Like
right.
the TARDIS of basements. That's okay, well, sir. That's not real water going down the pipe there.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why we got those very elongated drips.
We got Bruce Kimball's eye acting.
Yeah, you can obviously, if you really pay attention, you can obviously tell that that is a whole different place than what he
Yeah,
appears
like
to
how
be
far
going
are
on.
these he go? They don't have professional diggers in a cabin in the woods that make that much of a cellar. Yeah, there's a. You'll see. It looks like almost a cartoon edit where
Yeah. And
oh
Bruce Campbell's hair changes lengths too, by the way.
yeah. Well, it was filmed in '79 and filming wrapped around January 1980, February, something like that, and then there was more shooting, but they went over for a few years and they added stuff and they changed things. And by then, the actors obviously looked different because they were doing different things in their lives. Never aim a gun at anybody. This is Hills Have
Yeah,
Eyes.
somebody evidently didn't tell them that. You don't point guns at people.
That book looks familiar.
Dirk says this 4K is killer though, Darren. My first time seeing it on 4K. Oh, I agree that the 4K does look fantastic, but it does. I would have to agree with Darren too that it does show off
That looks like your old girlfriend.
the special effects.
His shirt is also different. That's not the same shirt.
Yeah.
See, he just likes to look at the pictures.
He doesn't want to read. He just wants to look at pictures.
See, I'm watching in the DVD. You can see the little square, and the one I'm watching over the moon in the moon shot. They actually they were actually smoking marijuana in the scene also. So
Yep. And I think Bruce Campbell said that they discovered that that was a very bad idea to do that when you're
yeah,
filming a movie, especially.
I guess they all wanted to go method.
You know, speaking of the Condarian dagger, I think I've mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again. That set that I got that I showed off whenever I was on that History of the Evil Dead on home video with the Dead Pit Boys and and Garrett and I think Mark too. But anyway, uh, the big reason why I got that, even though it has that horrible remake in it, and I always say that I will never buy that movie, but I technically do have a copy of that remake because it came
Liar.
with that damn. Yeah, I'm a liar. It came with that damn set with the cool Condarian dagger
Ah,
prop and all that. And I was like, I just can't pass this up. And I hate to break up the set by like taking that damn remake and throwing it in my fire pit out there and burning it up. I don't really want to do that, so I leave the damn thing in there.
so that voice was Bob Dorian. He used to host American Movie Classics.
Yep.
He passed away around 2019.
Wonder how much they paid him to do that.
Yeah, they never really got into it, like any specifics about it. They're just like, oh, that's who that is. Like, okay.
Hmm.
Here's where they dug up the ground and they put some lights underneath, like a board with dirt on it. And
Darren says, I will buy a 4K release if they get Within the Woods included.
never gonna happen, Darren. It's never.
Yeah, he says, sadly, Raimi doesn't want it out. And he doesn't. Another story that I heard is that Scott Spiegel had one of the best copies of it, if there is a best copy. Um, and he said that he lent it out to somebody. It was on VHS. He lent it out to somebody and they never gave it back. So,
Was not a good friend, I guess.
no. But which reinforces my thing about never lend your shit out, especially if it's something that really is important to you. Don't lend it out to anybody. I learned my lesson early on.
Well, originally, Within the Woods was going to be on the Book of the Dead version of.
Yeah, Dirk's got to remind me. Evil Dead 2013 is a sequel, not a remake.
Well, if you go by the new movie where they threw something at the end.
He likes antagonizing me about that.
We're going to find out Ash has some really bad taste in jewelry.
Yes, he does.
And Linda also does because she really loves it. She's
Yeah.
never going to take it off until she dies. Oops.
And you can actually see the spray paint coming off on her fingers.
You can see inside of it's gold. I don't know why it had to be silver, but
Yeah, just leave it gold color.
in the 70s, girls didn't have to wear that much makeup.
And evidently, in the land of Sam Raimi, people, couples don't get it on when they're left alone. They just
Ah,
they share jewelry or whatever. The guy gives the woman jewelry. Although it basically is indicated that that Shelley and Scotty are going to get it on because you do see a breast shot.
so you can see the gold on the inside, and actually, it's on the. You actually, it's not really well painted with silver.
And sorry, but that's an ugly box that it's in too. Here's the big eye games thing too, where they show close-ups of the the eyes between Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell's acting like he's asleep. She's watching him. She's going to take the box because she just can't stand it. She's got to figure out what's in the box.
Outside looks a little bright.
Yeah.
From kissing over the shoulder, it looks like they shot that during the day.
Oh God.
Here's some nudity. Brace yourselves, people.
Mm.
Nudity's coming up.
That is gotta be the ugliest piece of jewelry that was ever given to somebody. Didn't his mom teach him anything? That's not what you give
No.
girls.
Okay, so you only see one.
Yeah.
You only see one of hers. That's one.
Dirk, are you talking about Evil Dead 2013? Most blood in a film, and that lead chick was a badass. Sorry, I hate everybody in that damn film. I've said that before. I'll say it again. I wish that somebody had just come along and killed
You
them.
don't like Jane Levy?
I didn't like anybody in that movie.
Do you like them out of the movie?
I mean, they might be very nice people outside of the movie, but I'm just saying their characters in there, I hated every single one of them.
She was in that movie with the blind guy who tries to kill her and her friends. What was that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was another. Didn't Fede Alvarez direct that too?
Probably.
You never saw Don't Breathe?
I did watch Don't Breathe, and
Okay.
it was okay. I didn't hate it like I hated Evil Dead 2013. Um,
She was on a show called Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist, which I liked.
uh,
Lasted a couple of seasons, where she goes for an MRI and she starts hearing songs and people start singing in front of her, but it's only in her mind.
I've heard of that, but I don't think I ever watched any episodes. So here's one of the big horror movie or slasher movie rules that if you hear a noise, don't go outside by yourself because something bad is going to happen.
I heard you in the recording booth.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. A lot of the sounds of Sam Raimi
yeah.
going rah, rah, rah. There's a great one later that I love.
And she's like, I heard you in the cellar. It's like, what the hell? Why would you go out here then?
How did you know it's the same thing? And how would they have gotten out of the cell?
Dirk, I tell you, no matter what anybody says, I will never, ever, ever, ever watch that movie again. I mean, I know Sam and Bruce were all over that damn thing, but I could care less.
By the way, a lot of good reverse acting going on here.
Yeah. No, that's okay, Dirk.
I do like how they recreated this in Evil Dead Rise on the elevator.
Yeah.
That was a smart way to do it. Why the evil force needs to take off her robe, I don't get. But.
Yeah. I mean, it could have still, took advantage of her without, doing that. And you can clearly see if you look quickly some pre-tears in her robe as the vines and stuff are pulling
That's
the robe off.
That's two breasts.
Yep.
You
For
only
you,
see it's only 2 breasts in this movie. So this part was added in post. There was no actual because Ellen Sandweiss had no idea that this was going to happen.
no, she did not.
She's like, when I went to see the movie, I was like, that didn't happen. Because she was with her family, her mother and her father and whatever, and she was like, oh God, no, no, no.
Yeah, I don't. If I was in something like this, and of course she didn't know that.
Yeah,
If
she didn't.
didn't know, and then you, it would be horrible if you brought your parents something like this. Hey, mom, dad, see me in this movie. Oh my gosh, I got raped by a tree in this movie, and it's too late then.
No
Yeah,
pads, no pads, ladies and gentlemen. She's doing all these stunts all by herself.
for you breast towns, yeah, you will only get to see two breasts in this
And
movie.
they're on 2 different girls.
Yeah, exactly.
The camera's on a track, on a road in that one part.
I mean, you got to give Sam Raimi that he was very inventive with camera movement. I
Hmm.
mean, I until the Evil Dead, I don't think you saw anything like this. People feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, though.
Oh, that's a horrible looking nightgown.
I know, God,
Brown, like, is that all she had?
you know, why not have like, just a cute pair of shorts and a cute
Well, that's
t-shirt?
like what's her face in Friday the 13th Part 2 when she's wearing those. She picks those sexy brown underwear.
I know it's like
Like, really? Brown is not a sexy color. Sorry.
it's not. I agree.
I mean, Linda's wearing corduroy, so I mean, brown corduroys.
Dirk's he's gonna drive it home to everybody that Evil Dead 2013 is not a remake, it's a sequel.
I think Evil Dead Rise is more of a remake. It literally takes shots and recreates them.
Yeah.
Right. When the door slams and you hear, that's Sam Raimi going, the closed caption says Demon Roar. It's more like a demon sigh. Like, aww.
Yeah.
All right, here's where um, Rich DeMonaco, who plays Scotty, screws up his line. You see when he puts his head back.
Yeah,
His line.
exactly.
This was a shot. This was a oneer. That means it was shot all at once. Yep. He's like, damn, I screwed up my line. They're like, no, we're gonna keep shooting. We're gonna keep shooting.
Yeah,
This.
we're gonna keep going. You don't get a do-over.
She's really good in this scene. Ellen Sandweiss.
Hmm.
And she's better at convincing her friends that there's something wrong than Mia did.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Whose overcoat was that? She didn't come with an overcoat. Did she bring an extra overcoat?
Yeah, I didn't even see
Who brings an
anybody
overcoat to
else
the
with
cabin in the woods? Well, Sam Raimi said he wanted a timeless look, so he had everybody wear his clothing. But like, the girls end up wearing like oversized shirts, and I'm like, are those their shirts? Did they bring over? Was that a late '70s thing, wearing oversized shirts?
Hmm. I don't know. Jamie Lee Curtis didn't have an oversized shirt in Halloween, so
They were hipper. I don't know.
that must have been.
Well, this was '79, '80. This was almost the '80s. So.
Hmm.
Well, even though this is an early horror movie, it's got the opposite of what the car won't start. No, it actually does start.
Yeah.
No one's ever done that in another horror movie. I think where it's like, oh, it's actually starting.
Dirk says, which one did everyone see first? Evil Dead, Evil Dead 2, or Army of Darkness? I actually saw Evil Dead 2 before I saw the first Evil Dead. And then I saw Army of Darkness.
I saw it in order. I
Oh.
watched the first one on the HBO. Was it Thorn Emmy VHS? That's the first time I ever saw it.
Okay.
I have that somewhere. But it was very dark, but it was just the tape was very dark, but it just added to making it scarier. So when I got the Laserdisc, the Japanese Laserdisc I bought off of somebody off of a website,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the first time I actually saw the clear picture, and I was like, that's where I could see the hose and Ellen Sandweiss's neck when she gets shot and
Right.
all that stuff, and I was like, oh, this kind of ruins it. Like,
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's giving all the secrets away.
yeah, and you don't notice how bad certain effects are, like the hand and the well, we'll see the dummy of the feral dummy.
Dirk says, it's funny, I can deal with the shitty makeup in this movie, but the blue face zombies in Dawn pisses me off for some reason.
It was the lighting. It was the lighting. They were all gray, but some reason when they were filmed, a lot of them looked blue. Might have been their complexions, maybe kind of shown through the color and stuff.
Chris C says Army of Darkness for me was all over TV back in the 90s.
I like how the bridge is a claw. If you notice,
Yeah.
they actually did that themselves because they were allowed to mess up the bridge. I wish somebody had taken that sign. I would love to own that sign.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Well, I heard after production wrap, they burned a lot of the props and stuff, and I'm like, why would you do that? Like, wouldn't it be like, oh, I'm gonna keep this stuff from my first movie? Like,
Yeah. I don't know. It's odd.
I know I feel I acted in something, and I had these like little veins on my face, and I kept the veins. They're like in a because you can't tell what they are anymore, but I kept them in like a Ziploc bag, and I was like, oh, I want to keep these. So why would you destroy stuff? I'm like, whatever.
I don't know. I'm wondering if he was afraid that Looky Loos or whatever would come and get this stuff.
Well, if they brought stuff, they should have taken it back with them.
Maybe they were lazy and didn't want to. They didn't want to take it back.
Well, I know Tom Sullivan kept a lot of stuff from.
Oh, he did because, like I said, when I saw his Evil Dead museum at Cinema Wasteland, he had a ton of stuff. Speaking of leaving stuff behind, they left a bunch of stuff behind when they did Evil Dead 2. They left the rotten apple head monster and all that stuff.
Ooh, here comes the big scene.
Mm-hmm.
Lindley, you cannot guess the cards.
Texas said he saw the first one on VHS.
No.
I actually saw Evil Dead 2 on VHS. I rented it. Me and my aunt rented it and watched it.
Spade, Jack of Diamonds, Jack of Clubs, rah! Sam Raimi wanted a bandaged creature zombie. Because he thought that was kind of unique, so that's why she has the... So, the scene where she's lifted up, they used a sort of a teeter-totter thing where it's connected to her, and it was going out the window into the outside, and they would lift her up when she floated.
Yeah, I'm kind of close to Tennessee, Dirk. Actually, me and Steve went to Tennessee not very long ago because Steve has a friend, a good friend that lives there.
One.
just outside of Nashville.
I love when she falls and they're all staring at her, and Bruce is like this. It's like, oh, that's extra acting there, Bruce. Oh. Fake leg, everybody. Fake leg. Now, they recreate this scene sort of in Evil Dead Rise with the cheese grater, where she lifts her arm up and then she smacks down on the leg. It's exactly the same kind of shot.
Yep.
So here's where Bruce should have acted more knocked out. Because that is a very flimsy shelf.
And yeah, even Bruce Campbell says, look at me, trying like an idiot to get out from under it, and I should be able to get out from under it easier.
You would think. Yeah, he even says on the commentary, I should have acted more knocked out. I'm like, yeah. Well. If she had to fall into that cellar herself, then that was a pretty... Yeah, see, this puppet is so bad. You can see it very well. Mm. I'm sure in Blu-ray you could, in 4K you could really see how bad it is.
So Dirk says he saw them in order. I waited for a long ass time for Army of Darkness. He was highly disappointed with Army of Darkness.
Yeah, it's a totally different direction than the other two films. I mean, even the second one, as goofy as it is, it's still more of a horror film than Army of Darkness, which is more action adventure type of.
And Darren says, I love Army of Darkness more than Part 2. I know I'm in the minority. Everything works for me in that film. Dirk says Army of Darkness is too silly. I love Evil Dead 2, but Army of Darkness was too much for me anyways.
Yeah, that's where Bruce was like, I'm a character actor. I'm not going to be a leading man. This is not going to happen.
No, everybody's talking about taking the bridge, and they ain't going to be able to freaking take the bridge. It's messed up.
So Ellen's here on the ground with dirt and bugs, and she was always like wondering if there's anything behind her.
And let's talk about these sclera lenses they
cover the whole eye, not just the iris. They cover the whole eye. So they were blind. They were literally blind. They could not see what was going on.
Yeah, and they could have had major eye problems if they wore those things too long. And they actually, I think, they
got a time limit.
Wore them too long.
Yeah.
Because your eyes have to breathe, and they could not breathe with these.
Here's some good acting from Teresa Tilly here, a.k.a. Sarah York.
Yep.
What happened to her eyes? She was floating. They forgot the floating. The eyes is what bothers her. Bitch was floating. Come on. Her face changed with her eyes. Come on. That part in the remake was just like, oh my god, what happened to her eyes? The line reading was bad. The eyes were bad. I was like, yeah, they're boring. They're Exorcist like eyes. They're not the same thing. It wasn't as scary. I think it's scary, just white eyes. I think nowadays they got better lenses that you can still do that effect. Mm-hmm. And not make your people go blind. If you watch some of the behind the scenes footage of them shooting outtakes and stuff, there's one with Betsy Baker and they're like, time is up because of her eyes, and they're like, no, we're gonna keep doing this scene, and she's like, all right, well, let's keep doing it. They're like, but time's up, she's gonna go blind.
And I think there are scenes like behind the scenes stuff from Evil Dead 2 as well, the early scenes where you can actually see Sam Raimi guiding her as she's kind of stumbling around.
Okay, they literally rammed into that window. So Teresa Tilly's like really covering her face because if she got, she would have, she could have got glass in her eyes. So
Yep.
there's no SAG. There was no stunt doubles.
There was nobody watching
There was
out.
no insurance in this movie. There was nothing.
Has Scotty's shirt changed already again? I think it did.
It's different in the basement when they find the book, but
And there's a Tamaqua T-shirt, which Tamaqua was a camp that a lot of these guys went to when they were kids. And if anybody's ever watched Indian Summer, which has Sam Raimi on it in a small part, the adults, it shows the kids at Camp Tamaqua, and then it shows them grown up going back one last time to Camp Tamaqua.
yeah.
And I always thought that was so hilarious because Sam Raimi's in it.
Why was he looking at the frame of the window so intensely?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, well, that's a frame of a window. Interesting. My walls used to be that terrible yellow color when I first moved into my house.
Oh. So I love the line coming up where um, Bruce is like, or Ash rather, is like, we we can't do that to Shelly. She's a friend of ours. We can't like dismember her.
Yeah.
So funny.
Here's that shot with the hands is a later film shot because his shirt's different and his hair's shorter.
Mhm.
And it's also not Teresa Tilly. It's a guy because you can tell how big the hands are. It's too bad she has some really cool makeup before she gets burnt, but you don't really get a good look of it.
Right.
And there's a behind-the-scenes photo with her eating, and she has that like the prosthetic part on, without the makeup part. And I was like, I would love to see like with her with the makeup because it looks. Because Sam Raimi wanted them to look like painted clowns. He didn't want like.
Mhm. And two, there was another scene where Ash couldn't get out from under the bookshelves again.
His. He took down both bookshelves. See, he does a nice pirouette going into the wall.
Darren asked, do you think the Evil Dead films hurt Bruce Campbell's career? He got stereotyped, maybe. He should have had a much better filmography, in my opinion. I don't feel like it hurt his career because I feel like that, just like TJ said, there had to be a certain point in time where Bruce Campbell was like, I'm going to be a character actor. I'm not going to be a serious, like a leading man type of actor. So in this case, I don't think it hurt his career. I think Bruce Campbell did exactly what he wanted to do for as long as he wanted to do it.
By the way, I love that shot where Shelly's trying to push him into the fire, and you see it from the fire point of view. And I love that. That's a really cool shot. Because the camera had to get behind a fire. It was probably not in the fireplace. It was probably like in the middle of the floor or something. Oh, and there's the scene where she chews her own hand off.
Yeah.
That's in the original Within the Woods where they were filming it, where it was supposed to cut the hand off completely, but it didn't. So Bruce, who was the monster in Within the Woods, decided to bite it off. And they like, oh, we'll put this into the movie. So.
And then she starts spitting up milk, and milk starts shooting out of her where the hand was severed.
By the way, why blood would be coming out of the skull of the dagger makes no sense. But all right.
We'll just go with it.
Yeah. By the way, the girl's hair changes so many times. Like Linda has like at least 3 or 4 different wigs on, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And they did that in the other movies too. You notice in.
And I think that in some of the scenes of Shelley, like I think when she was laying on the ground, it's not Teresa Tilly or Sarah
It's
George.
one of somebody's sister. It's Sam's sister
I think it might
or
be
Tapper's sister.
Rob Tappert's sister,
Yeah,
maybe.
I think that's not Shelley. You can tell it's not the same person. I guess they thought, oh, all the makeup. No, you can tell it's not the same.
Yeah, you can clearly tell.
It is a nice quiet moment in the movie.
So Scott's basically at one point he's like, "Screw it, I'm chopping this bitch up. We're getting rid of her."
Hit her, hit it.
And so when the body parts are actually flopping on the floor, that's a lot of crew members and stuff like that are.
Yeah, it's Teresa, it's Tapper, it's a couple other people, I think.
It's like, hey, you be a body part here. Stick an arm or a leg.
And one of her arms, and then a couple other people playing the legs and torso.
Oh yeah, this is why he says you can't bury Shelley. She's a friend of ours. That line. It's just so hilarious.
Meat. Scotty? Yeah. What are we gonna do? We're gonna bury her. You can't bury Shelley. She's a friend of ours. Ah, she's dead. Shelley's dead. Gonna bury her now because I'm the head honcho here. You listen to what I say.
Yeah.
I like an Evil Dead the musical. Shelley's just like a girl he brought for a one night stand.
Oh, nice.
Have you ever seen the Evil Dead the musical?
No, I wanted to, but I never have seen it.
There's a bunch of different versions on YouTube. There's the original cast, and then there's other versions of the cast.
I'll have to check that out.
I think it's coming locally here. I don't know when it's showing, but they're gonna do a version of it.
So Scotty's hair is way shorter again. So there's another funny line where, uh, Ash is talking about Linda can't walk, and Scott's like, "Look, I'm getting out. I don't care what happens to her. She's your girlfriend. You take care of her." It's like, man.
I like they had time to make a cross. What if she was Jewish? Yeah, see, here his hair is a lot shorter.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Bruce had a cold at this point of filming, so you hear in his voice, "You can have you stand up." He was stand up in the dance. Oh, my great friend. Well, my girlfriend's dead, so screw you and your girlfriend and your sister. I'm leaving. Bye.
Yeah.
This is where you're like, oh shit, Scotty isn't the main hero in this. Nope.
No, he's not.
This is sort of a different version of the like Scream, where Drew Barrymore gets killed off in the first 10 minutes. This is where you're like, oh, halfway into the movie, the lead is now gone. Like now we get those goofy guy who can't get a bookshelf off his back.
I just wonder though, I mean, yeah, Linda got stabbed in the ankle with a number 2 pencil, but I just don't.
She's sleeping through a lot.
I don't know why it just occurred to Ash to lift up the cover and look at her foot.
Maybe he's checked before. I don't know.
And then all of a sudden, of course, Linda's out there, sitting cross-legged there, laughing at Ash. And poor Scott's a little worse for wear. And so when we see these scenes of Linda, and soon whenever he drags her outside,
Yeah,
you can see the change in the makeup.
yeah. There's a photo I found online with her in the original, like it's more like a lizard type makeup.
Hmm.
I found that like a couple of days ago. I was like, oh, I finally found this photo. Cool. She's great as the cackling harpy type.
Yeah.
That's some pretty gnarly effects to get the broken arm.
Yeah. And I think they had said at one time that people thought that the one, like the stick or something sticking out of Scott, some people thought it was his penis.
I think they were joking when they said that.
I hope so, because that's
People think the stupidest things sometimes. I mean,
well, I think sometimes some people, I'm not saying all people, but some people say that kind of stuff to hoping to get attention, especially now that people can be online and say anything basically.
I don't know. This is my favorite parts when the demons are making fun of them. I mean,
And then he slaps the hell out of demonized Linda.
this is the best they've done with that. When they do it in the other movies, it just doesn't. It's a little bit. It's good in part two, but when they do it in like the remake and the remake, she's just like swearing at him and doing the Exorcist type of. I don't. I like the more like the laughing and the making fun of them. I think that's
Yeah.
because these are people supposedly people and now they're all of a sudden turning on you. I think that's scarier than some saying the F word. I mean,
Oh yeah,
I
definitely.
think that's why Rob Zombie's like, oh, this is more intense if you swear. I'm like, well,
No, because I think it would be more heartbreaking that people you care about change and start betraying you, as you said, TJ. And then you have this little snippet where it seems like the old Linda comes back, the Linda that he loves, and he trusts her like anybody would, and then things go awry again.
kill if you can, lover boy. Also, talking about the behind the scenes, you can when they're filming stuff with Betsy Baker, and she's like talking normal, like, "Oh, do you want me to do this or want me to do that?" And then she goes right into the scary voice, and I'm like, "Wow, she's really good at that." Like,
Yeah.
"Oh, Ash, help me, please."
And it's funny because Scott's supposed to be dead, but he's still moving over there.
Well, he's still alive technically. He's sort of like
I
checking
guess
it slowly.
I guess he's in between, like
When he finally, knocks him off the couch, that's when he sort of,
that's when he's done.
yeah. I always think it's funny when you watch where he's slapping and you see her from behind and her hair's a certain way, and then when she turns back normal, her hair's like all like it was just blow dried and like. But then if you still see her from behind, it's still the same ratty hair, and it's like they
Right.
didn't do the continuity in there. Like it's just funny, but like
And
I've seen it 1,000 times. You notice stuff like that.
when supposedly Cheryl's hand comes up out of the cellar, that is actually Ted Raimi's hand, and Ted actually clawed Bruce by accident. So when he first brings his head up, you can see actual blood running off of his face.
Oh, earlier when Shelley's supposedly dead on the floor and he walks over, those are the legs. Are also Ted Raimi has
Hmm.
Scotty's legs. Yeah, he did a lot of body work in this movie.
That is what they lovingly called fake shimps.
Yep. It's your sister Cheryl. Hey, don't bite off that makeup.
So yeah, when he finally does drag her outside, the makeup is a lot darker.
Oops, playing with their hair. They do that in the Evil Dead Rise too, where
Mhm. There's a lot of moon shots in this movie. So yeah, Scott is in the throes of death, and Ash is gonna give him water. Like that's gonna help.
yeah, here we go. The makeup's totally different. Yeah, it's very like reptilian looking. He literally dragged her out on the ground. No pads, no nothing.
Now this is guerrilla filmmaking, definitely.
And the actors went for it. They're not holding back. They're grinding and they're. You see, he's still breathing right here with the whole drinking the water scene.
But I just think it's so funny. So, like, you want to be going home, don't you, Scotty? We'll all be going home together. And he mentioned
You,
Shelly.
me, Shell. Well, not Shelly. She.
Yeah, no, we cut up Shelly, or you cut up Shelly. So
Sorry, Ash, she's dead.
Dirk says, I think y'all are a little ahead. I'm about 59 minutes.
Yeah, I'm 59:20s. 59:30, 31, 32. How's that blood taste? Like they drew like eyelashes on her face, I guess. Scotty, I need to sleep on this couch. Get out of here.
Yeah, get out of here.
Oh, there you can see. There's a scene where she jumps on him, and you can see she still has her shoes and her socks on
Hmm.
because of the framing. It's like
I still think this is great makeup effects, though. I think Tom Sullivan really did a great job with a lot of this
mhm.
stuff.
The whole point is they're slowly rotting away. Is basically what's happening. So that's
Mhm.
why their hair goes all gray because that's what happens when you get older. There's a lot of milk. It's blood. She has a good death rattle. That's like people nowadays. They will not go. They would not go. Like they would not go that into this making a movie. Like the stuff with Shelley Duvall and uh, The Shining. No one would get away with that nowadays. That would not happen.
No. Uh-uh. Darren says, shame we didn't get the Bubba Hotep sequel. Yeah, that would have been cool, the sequel to that. Darren also says, I think he would have made a pretty good stuntman, but yeah, people just see him as Ash, so getting serious roles probably didn't happen.
His classic Sam Raimi film work with the quick shots and the sound effects and everything.
Some of these shots I'm noticing on the Blu ray even are looking amazing smaller, not blown up on my TV. I think some of these shots, it looks like Bruce Campbell has maybe gained a little weight. Not a lot of weight, but just a little bit. His face looks fuller and stuff.
That damn necklace. Oh, Linda. Okay. Yeah, I think he's better in like Maniac Cop because that's more of a straight role. It's not comedic or anything.
Hmm.
But I think that's like his last like big non goofy type of role.
So I know I've talked about the short films that all these guys made. You know, Sam Raimi, Rob Tapert, Bruce Campbell, Scott Spiegel, all those guys. Josh Becker too. So has anybody in here or TJ, have you seen very many of those short films that they made? I mean, they made some of them when they were just kids.
I've only seen clips. I haven't seen any full because really they're not in really good quality. Anything you find is like many generations from the original.
So I was lucky enough to get a hold of some stuff that Scott Spiegel, I believe, was selling. He and another guy worked on getting these as restored as humanly possible. You can't really
Mhm.
restore a lot of this stuff all that much. But I have 3 discs that have like pretty much all the short films that all those guys did over the years. And it's an amazing little set, but I don't even know if you can get it anymore. Um, I think they were probably about 30. I think each of this was like $30 a piece or something like that.
Okay, here he picks her up, and it is not Betsy Baker. It is um, Cheryl Guttridge,
Yes.
who appeared in Clockwork, one of their shorts.
Hmm.
Which that one I think I've seen it on like YouTube.
Yeah.
The quality's bad, but
But there were a ton of things. Some people know about some of them. Some of them are, I hadn't even heard of. And you guys know what a huge Sam Raimi, Bruce Campbell, Evil Dead fan I am. You would think I'd
oh,
watched every damn one.
Evil Dead chick like Sam Raimi. What?
Oh yeah. Um, but I've saw things like The Blind Waiter, Attack of the Helping Hand, Toro, Toro, Toro with the lawnmower that attacks people, and
Yeah,
there are like there are a ton more of those.
Helping Hand was like sort of their inspiration to Evil Dead 2 with the hand.
Hmm.
By the way, I know it's a horror movie and everything, but the whole fact that her hair's straight and then when he buries her, it's all of a sudden curly, like that makes no sense. And it's not because it's a different. Like right here, it's straight when she comes out of the ground. It's a totally different actress there too. That's like a third actor.
We have more It's Murder Beans.
Yeah. But that scratch on the leg looks really gnarly, but it's literally just her scraping the blood. It's not. There's no prosthetic or anything like that. But it's just like the illusion looks really good. Yeah, Tappert says in interviews and stuff, he's like, yeah, Sam one point said we really should have beat her naked with those fake beans.
And I could imagine a young Sam Raimi saying that too.
Betsy would not have gone for that.
I don't think so. No, probably Cheryl Guttridge wouldn't have went for it either.
Yeah.
They're probably like, I do a lot of things for you, Sam, but I'm not going to do that. So,
See, there's a point where they show the strength of the Deadites, but they really aren't that strong until this moment. Anyway.
right. And
Oh.
so, actually, at this point, Ash is getting humped by his dead possessed girlfriend, which I always found hilarious.
I like it's her head. She's buried and she's going, yes. It's like a weird sex scene going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and her hair's straight again. Like, what happened to the curly hair?
Uh-oh. Cheryl must have got out of the cellar. Darcy's watching it with us.
No, she went to do something. Sorry. The clock was in the Evil Dead Rise. I think it was the original clock.
It looked like it.
Yeah. I know the classic didn't make it. I'm surprised. Supposedly they have a yellow chainsaw, and the yellow chainsaw was a reference to the classic, the color of it. So I was like, really? Okay. Could have had a Matchbox car or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that would have been cool if they'd done that.
Oh, we're not going to fall for this closet trick again. Surprise! That is not Ellen getting shot in the face.
No. I believe that might have been Rob Tappert there.
There was one point she was so sick of the makeup, they made a mask with the fake eyes on it because she couldn't stand wearing the eyes and the makeup anymore. So they did something simpler.
She's a lot stronger than I would be. I would have started complaining way early about those sclera lenses.
Yeah. Well, making up, we talk about the there's a certain point where you're just sick of the makeup and you just want to rip it off your face and you start going crazy. They had a name for it. I can't remember what it was. The latex something. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. So Ash is going to go back down in the non-existent cellar.
Because you look at the wall behind them and it's got like light fixture and stuff. Like that's not. Oh, see, this is a little goofy where he falls down the stairs. They do that in Evil Dead too. But they have like a boom boom kind of stuff.
So, I mean, who tied up the pipes down there?
Yeah, this is kind of, yeah. I don't understand this part. I'm gonna put some cloth around this leaking pipe.
Yeah, I mean, we never saw. I mean, did Cheryl do that when she was down there? I'm just gonna tie up the pipes. So this is about at the point where Erwin Shapiro, who was like their guy that ended up distributing this originally.
Ooh, here's some stop motion. Anyway.
Yeah. He said, boys, you gotta have blood running down the screen, literally. So we're getting to that point where
boys, you're gonna have the blood like running down the screen. It literally show that in the movie that show you the best horror movie. Yeah, he had that one of those kind of guys.
So when I met Tom Sullivan, he told me a funny thing. He said at one time they were all trying to come up with ideas for a title for the movie. And he said his idea was lick the blood off my shovel. And that's how he signed I got a picture and he signed it.
Yeah.
And then he was like, Dana, lick the blood off my shovel, Tom Sullivan. I love it. There's Band-Aid, a box of Band-Aids.
Yeah, that's a great joke that they threw in there. That's when people go, oh, this is there's funny parts in this. It's like, there's a sense of humor, but it's not like overtly funny.
Yeah.
That's why people think, oh, they'll see the second and third movie and they go, oh, Band-Aids, there we go. They'll think, oh, it's the first one's got to be just as much of a comedy. It's like, no, it's not really.
Yeah, and actually, because I watched Evil Dead 2 before I did the original Evil Dead, I was actually expecting it to be funny. And I was like, man, this, I loved it still, but I said, this movie is very dark compared with Evil Dead 2.
I like watching watch-alongs, and people are like, will watch the movies one after the other, and they'll be watching part two, and they go, Ash went back to the cabin, and he must like girls named Linda, because why is he with a different girl but has the same name? And it's like people who don't know the backstory and anything, and they're just like, it's just funny watching them, and it's like, and I know, so I'm going, stupid, but then I'm like, no, they're not stupid. They don't really know, but still, it's just
Yeah, they just don't
it's
get
like you kind of figure it out that it's sort of remade or whatever. But I was thinking of doing a watch along video where I watch people watch Evil Dead 2 and comment on they're
Ah,
how they don't realize, there's like, why did Ash? He must really like Linda, and that's funny because in Ash versus Evil Dead, there's the cabin Linda, and then there's the other Linda.
yeah.
So I think that was definitely them making fun of the fact that there's a Linda in there's a different Linda in the first three Evil Dead movies. That's my thought. It's got to
Do
be.
you know, TJ, if anybody has ever done the experiment, or I call it an experiment, where they have put all three of the movies, the original movies, together, but they took off like the recap at at the
I've
beginning?
heard that people have done that, but I never saw anybody like who actually watched one of those cuts.
Right.
Because even if you do that, it's still not going to be exactly.
No.
Because there's still a point in Evil Dead 2 where it's a totally different situation compared to the original movie, and even if you cut it at a certain point, like if you cut it after Ash gets attacked from the force going through the house in part 2, there's still stuff that happens from that point on that don't match up to the original movie. So, but I mean, I understand that how people would want to do that. I was watching somebody watch the Alien 3 cut that had like a bunch of extras, all the extra stuff thrown into it. Doesn't help the movie, but
I love how Ash, though, asks them why they're torturing him like this. Like they're going to answer.
yeah, he's not. At this point, he's just going off his rocker, like he's talking to himself, and
It's sort of like the scene in part 2 when he's scared to move. He's in the chair and he's scared to move or scared to make any sounds.
but there it's funny. This is more like he's losing his mind. This is like
And then he has to get out that damn necklace again.
he's gonna remind himself. Why am I? Oh, okay.
Why am I crying? Why am I losing it? Oh yeah, that damn thing. And my girlfriend.
Remember her? Don't worry, you'll meet another Linda eventually.
Yeah, in a few years you're gonna meet another Linda and go to a cabin and
Then you'll meet another Linda, and you're gonna go back to the cabin again.
I know we're not watching Evil Dead 2, but the scene where all the things are moving and laughing in the cabin, the
Yeah. Oh,
lamp.
you can see that hose in her face. It's so.
Yeah, I know. But you know what? I don't know how many of you guys have seen the George Harrison music video for "Got My Mind Set on You."
where
But
everything moving around.
there's a scene where in that video where everything's moving around, and it always reminds me of Evil Dead 2.
Scotty's back.
Yeah.
He's got some
Oh
dust.
yeah, I think that was the scene. They thought that Ash pulled his member out there, but it's clearly a stick, a piece of wood. You know.
Well, I guess they're saying, oh, the film was so dark you couldn't tell what it was. So also, that's like too high.
Exactly. It was like it was coming out of his stomach, guys. So not it's not that low.
See, he didn't have to wear the lenses as long because he now has no eyes.
So I love the scene with that damn necklace where it's in the skull shape.
Mm-hmm. At this point, there's 20 inches of fake blood on the ground.
You would probably stick to the floor at that
Yeah,
point. I was thinking Bruce Campbell said that like his shirt basically broke
yeah.
one point because there
Right,
was so much corn syrup blood on it.
that continuity of the skull doesn't work. Because the first shot, it's not like that, and then the second shot, it's like that.
Yeah.
So they said when they were filming, like there was points where it wasn't shot in order and stuff, so they would have to guess how much blood would be on the floor, how much slime, what would be here, what would be. So you can see on the behind the scenes that they're just pouring stuff on the ground. They're like, this looks good enough. Just
I was just saying,
scraping it around and stuff.
if he hadn't got her that ugly ass necklace, he wouldn't have been able to use the necklace probably to drag the Book of the Dead over to him. So somebody was thinking ahead.
It all works out.
Some people might think that this stop motion stuff is cheesy, but I love it.
Ooh, almost got him. She almost did to him what the tree did to her. Yeah, I mean they're disintegrating. This makes as much sense as it.
And then the body just kind of deflates, kind of like a balloon.
I do like when the hands come out of the
There's
back.
oatmeal. Oatmeal comes out of his.
Yeah. I like when the hands come out of Cheryl's body. That's in spots. I like that part with it because there's like there must be other demons. Like these aren't.
And it's like there's almost like you thought you've seen all the scares. Well, here's another one.
Yeah. Like Limbo Baba sort of does that in Demons, where you actually see the demon coming out of a person. This is sort of like the predecessor to that, and then that's like takes it a step further.
And then you get some roaches coming out. And it looks like there's little bitty snakes in there too.
There's like garter snakes and stuff.
And they're still wanting him to join them.
Join. Yeah, they don't do that in Evil Dead Rise. There's no join us. I'm surprised they didn't throw that in there.
Yeah.
Actually,
They threw everything else in there.
I forget if they do that in the remake. There's a join us in the remake.
I don't know. I try to forget.
Yeah.
I
You wouldn't know.
try to pretend that thing didn't ever happen.
Because they use the audio from Cheryl's possession speech when Mia gets possessed.
And
The clock works again.
He's still got that damn necklace. Like, he's going to keep it forever now because, it kind of saved his life.
He has it until Army of Darkness. He never shows the necklace. But then he's like, "Hey, I got the new girl."
Yeah, I got that hot girl I work with at the S-Mart.
Oh yeah, I met Sheila in the.
Oh, Sheila, yeah,
And Beth Davis.
Yep.
Oh look, what a lovely day! It's birds are out. And those holes do not match the holes earlier, but whatever. And the door.
No, they don't.
They're a lot bigger than they should be. But they didn't really talk about the music. The music is so good in this. Like when with the Shelley attack, there's like violins and stuff. It's like, and when you see the book, when she's drawing the book and she's looking at it, and it goes. It's like the music is really good. Like I was saying the other day, it just doesn't get as much credit as some soundtracks.
It's subtle, but it's perfect for this movie.
Yeah.
So, actually, Sam Raimi, I believe, was riding on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
And
they opened and pulled the doors right as he was going through. He almost broke
Bruce
Campbell's nose. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Sam even jokes like on the commentary. Here's where I almost broke your jaw. Or here's where I broke your jaw, or something like that.
Now I know you don't like the movie, but originally that's how they were going to end the remake, with the force coming at her and attacking her, but they decided not to do that because they thought, we like her better than we like Bruce, so we're going to let her live. Yeah. We're going to let her have a happy ending, sort of.
Nobody in that movie deserved a happy ending. I know some people might. Some people probably think, "Geez, Dana, you're hard on that movie."
Poor people in that movie. What did they ever do to you?
They made that horrible film. That's what they did to me.
The dude who read the book, he's the idiot. He's the worst character in the whole movie. Anyway, this is the music they used in the Creeping Up on You segment in Creepshow.
Morristown, Tennessee, and in Detroit.
Fitz Shemps. Mary Beth Taper. Scott Spiegel.
Yep.
Closed caption by JR Media Service. Oh, that's just on that. I knew the dialogue. This is not a lot of dialogue that you have to remember in this movie.
No, definitely not.
And the Stephen King reference that made the movie successful.
Yep, he certainly did. It's right on my poster over there, the poster that I got Sam Raimi to sign.
I got one too. You can see it over.
Yep. I used to have that shot of the woman behind Bruce, and he's got the chainsaw. But this one I've got, it's not an original one sheet, like I said before, but it's got that original artwork of the woman being pulled down by the demon hand.
Yeah, that's...
Yep, that one.
I was going to get that tattooed on my leg, but I thought it's kind of sexist, and I don't want some, some old woman seeing some woman being pulled down into a grave and then get yelled at. So I was
But,
like, oh, sorry.
but then you would get somebody like me that say, "Oh man, that's awesome."
Well, yeah, but like my Elvira tattoo on my leg, it's just like it's very obvious on my leg.
So, how many tattoos do you have, TJ?
Two. I get the skull
Uh huh.
and that one, and I got I don't know if I can be able to get my leg up. Yeah.
Well, TJ will injure himself trying to show us his tattoos.
I can't even figure out what my camera is. There it is.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Now, just don't fall, TJ, because I feel really bad if you fell and broke a
Oh,
bone.
I appreciate it. I have a friend. He has horror sleeves, like both of his arms.
Yeah.
He's a big Halloween fan, so he has a Halloween stuff, and he has Freddy, and he's got tons of stuff. It's like, oh, that's a commitment.
Probably if I wanted to do something like that, Steve would probably threaten to divorce me. 'Cause- because he's always likes to say, and no offense to anybody that has sleeves or anything like that, or those big huge leg tattoos and stuff like that, because I feel like whatever you want to do, it's your body, whatever you artistic expression, it doesn't bother me. But I think Steve thinks it's a little tacky to have a whole bunch of tattoos. And then he says some people have bad tattoos. Like,
Yeah, he's a bad.
yeah, they don't really have the money to get the good tattoos. So they just get a whole bunch of really bad ones. And then those are the kind that when you get older, they look really super bad on
Yeah,
your body. And so, he wouldn't want me to do that. But I think I've talked about before. I have one tattoo on my upper back, that's a memorial to Sam, my first basset hound that passed away, and it has his name, and it has like angel wings and
oh,
a
that's cool.
halo around his name. And then I actually saw this on somebody else had a tattoo, so it's not an original idea that came from me. And then it has the paw print, and then it has a little rainbow trail underneath that, and it says, "I'll meet you at the bridge." So that's my memorial to my doggy, but that's the only tattoo I have right now. Um, Chris C says the makeup effects in Evil Dead remind me of Doctor or director. Is that director Baker's Death Dream?
I don't know what that is.
Well, I know a movie Death Dream, but that was Bob Clark. That
Director Baker? Who's Baker? I don't know.
and Chris says if I would get tats, it would be Jason Voorhees' mask or an item called the hilt. It's an item in an anime and manga called Berserk. Oh, okay. Um, Blissful, if you're talking about my tattoo, I love this tattoo, and I sometimes wish it was where I could show it off better. But if I do wear a shirt that like goes down a little bit further on my back, or I've got a dress on, people have clearly seen it before. Like I've been standing in line at the store or something, and somebody has said, "Oh, I love your tattoo," and but I'm sure they're not going to say that about like if I had a 10,000 horror tattoos, I probably wouldn't get the
I love
same.
that girl being pulled out in the grave tattoo. That's really cool.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm actually planning on getting more paw print tattoos. And for my other doggies that have passed away, for Linnea and for Brandon most recently, I
Hmm.
want little paw prints underneath Sam's original tattoo, and then have their names um, on the paw prints. And I also want to get something called it's a peace tree. tattoo. You can look it up on Google, and it's really, really pretty. And I want to get it on my upper arm. And Steve's always like, if you get some stuff like that, make sure you can cover it up. Because he used to tell me when I worked outside the home, when I was actually having to go into work, he said, "You get all those tattoos, they ain't gonna want to hire you nowhere, or they're gonna want to get rid of you." But when I worked for the library, almost everybody had tattoos at that place.
If you're not gonna put it on your face, I mean, you know.
Yeah, I don't want to put anything on my face. I mean, if you want to get face tattoos, to each his own, but it's not something I want to do. Steve thinks neck tattoos are tacky too, but Steve thinks a lot of things are tacky, so Blissful's right. If you like it, get it. Um,
Yeah.
and Steve didn't really want me getting my nose pierced, but I just went and did it. I didn't ask his permission to get a nose piercing. It wasn't like I was getting in. I'm not saying people are wrong for getting those big ones that go through your nostrils. Um, I forget what those are specifically called. TJ, do you know?
Septum piercing,
Maybe that's it. Maybe.
the little ring in your nose.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's what that is.
I mean, I think those look okay if that's what you want, but I just wanted a small one because I always would see women with the small ones in their nose. And I was like, that's pretty. It's just a little jewel thing there. And I just thought it was pretty. And so I just decided one day I was going to go to the tattoo and piercing place and say, "Hey, can you pierce my nose?" And there are pictures of me with that long needle sticking out of my nose that my neighbor and friend took whenever I was getting my nose pierced. She took several pictures. So I've got a big super long needle coming out of my nose at one point.
I have a friend that has eyebrow piercings. He works in IT in an office. And
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
don't. He's been working there for years. They haven't fired him yet. So
Yeah, I think people are quite a bit more open-minded nowadays, and it
if
also
you have a
depends.
tattoo on your face and like Mike Tyson got. I mean,
Or, I could see if you had a tattoo that was clearly visible that, like, was a full frontal naked woman or something like that, and you were in customer service and people would come in and, you had it on your lower arm or something. There's this full frontal naked chick on there. I could see maybe somebody saying something about that, but
yeah.
or you wearing or having a shirt on that said "fuck you" or something like that, and you're working with the public. I totally get those kind of things.
Like Freddy in Return of the Living Dead, he has the FU shirt.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's funny because I heard that there was in that movie there was supposedly the TV version. He had a jacket that said TV version, but I've never seen a photo of it or.
Oh,
And I'm like, I wonder if that's like a fable, an old wives' tale of like, oh yeah, this was what happened in the movie. It's like I don't. That doesn't sound like they would have went through that much hassle,
you're right.
especially in that movie. I don't think that was. They had extra budget for another jacket like that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Darren says, "Have a good one, guys. Better drag my arse to bed."
Good morning and good night, Darren.
Yeah, a good. Yeah, it's definitely a good morning. In Darren's neck of the woods. Blissful does say that she has two tattoos right now: a memorial and a Celtic butterfly that takes up my back right shoulder. I think that sounds pretty, really pretty. And Chris C says times have changed. You can get any job with tats now. I remember
Clergy?
when my brother first started working for a restaurant. He was working for Wendy's. It was one of his first jobs. They didn't want him having um odd colored dyed hair. Like they didn't want him coming in with blue hair. If it was a natural hair color, they said okay, but don't come in here with blue hair or yellow, bright fluorescent yellow hair or something like that. They did, or pink. They didn't want those kind of things.
Yeah, my dad doesn't like when I color my.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm like I'm old enough that I don't care what you say about my hair color, but I can't.
Well,
He'll just give me a hard time about it, so I might as well not do it, or
right. Well, I remember when my granny was still with us and she was in the nursing home, and I would go and visit her. Periodically after I moved to Louisville, I would come back home and I would visit her, and she would my granny, bless her heart, she would tell you anything. If she didn't like something, she would tell you about it. She was a good woman and I loved her. I still love her. But she asked me, she saw my piercing and she said,
yeah.
Dana, I don't know. She said, you got a beautiful face. I don't know why you want to tear your face up like that by putting holes in it. And she said something about when I had my hair purple, she was like, "I don't know why you wanna dye your hair those colors and stuff like that." She just didn't get it. I mean, she was 90 something years old, so, that was not a thing that was done when she was growing up, so, uh
When I was a kid, I was in I don't know like fourth grade or whatever it was, and a kid in school gave me an ACDC like patch. So I put it on my jacket, and I got home, and my dad's like, "Get that off your jacket! I want people thinking there's something wrong with you." And I'm like, I'm a little kid, and I didn't know 2 years later what ACDC meant.
Ah,
The band, I'm not going to get into what it means. I mean, you people look up what it means.
right.
And it's just like, why would he think somebody at that age would know what that meant, that he would get upset about it? Like, he never sent me to, like, summer camp or Boy Scouts because he was afraid that I would get, molested. So, like,
Oh,
that's the
wow.
kind of father I had. So, like, yeah. So,
Yeah, I mean, my parents, they didn't want me, like, even when I got of age that I could have gotten a tattoo. And they claim they don't remember this now, but they always told me as long as I was living under their roof, I was not to get a tattoo. They didn't care how old I was. If I was living under their roof, no tattoos. And my mom says, I don't recall saying that to you. And dad was like, I don't recall saying that. I said, you guys did. I'm not making this up. But
my father has a tattoo. My grandfather had a tattoo of a naked lady on his arm. He was in the Navy. So,
my,
my
my,
dad had my mother's name, or still has my mother's name. But
right. My dad worked with a guy, that he got some tattoos that he didn't really think were appropriate when he got older, but he was in the military and stuff, and he had skulls and it said death underneath them and all that stuff, and he told my dad later, he said, "I wish I had, I made a mistake getting those." But, sometimes when people are in the military, they drink heavily and stuff like that, and they do things that they wish they didn't, later on. So, uh, Blissful says, my parents were very encouraging in as my mom puts it, creative endeavors. Now, my parents never, and I've said this before, as far as movies, they didn't really tell me what I could and could not watch unless it was something like I Spit on Your Grave, which totally makes sense to me now. It didn't make sense to me when I was 12, but it makes sense to me now because I realize that movie is not appropriate for 12-year-olds in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not putting anybody down that maybe saw it when they were 12. Um, Steve saw it quite young because his mom brought it home for the whole family to watch because she thought it was a comedy. I don't know how you think that movie is a comedy, but go figure.
I was watching Godzilla movies when I was 8. So I mean, all those Japanese horror movies. I was watching the Attack of the Mushroom People at that young age. I was like, I was fine. I'm
Yeah,
totally normal now.
I mean, I think I turned out just fine. You know, all those horror movies didn't do anything to me
I mean, I
really.
have this rosacea problem. Other than that,
Exactly.
it looks less like blood now than it did earlier.
It still looks cool though. You got a little bit on your
Yeah,
like
I know. It's like
on your nose.
looks like I have snot on my nose. Yeah.
Blissful says she was normal until 17. I don't think I was ever what you would call normal. Um, you know, I was always I guess, an odd kid. And
What is normal, anyways?
yeah, nowadays, normal labels, I'm like TJ, what is normal
What
anyway?
is normal, Darcy? I don't know. I need to go fill some porn. Bye.
I'm wondering if our little plush Joe, Bob, and Darcy are ever going to quit. If you press on them, if they're ever going to quit making the sounds or talk, or if they're going to quit talking at any point in time.
I don't know.
Kind of like our Evil Dead Book of the Dead things.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
My eyeball doesn't work on my Evil Dead 2 anymore.
yeah. Those things weren't really meant to last years and years. They're meant to last for as long as they were on the shelves selling them, and then people throw them away. It's until crazy collectors like people like us that go into conventions and stuff.
Blissful says, I went from wearing pink and being girly to wearing leather. See, I was never girly. When I got out of the stage where my mom was like sewing me clothes or she was dressing me, when I got out of that stage, that's when I quit being girly. I was always a tomboy. I was climbing trees and swinging on grapevines, going on the back part of the property and scaring the crap out of my mom because she couldn't find me. I was always leaving the yard and going to places that I probably shouldn't have been going. And mom still tells me to this day, she says, Dana, you are always like that. She said, you always will wander off. And my mom was a very overprotective mom. And when me and my brother were kids, if she couldn't see us by looking out the window, like the window in the kitchen that
Yeah,
was right at the sink, if she was washing dishes, so to speak, and she couldn't look out the window and see both of us, her butt would be out the back door and she'd be hollering for us. Where are you kids at? And I was always off in the woods on the back part of the property. Just, I was an explorer when I was a kid. I was always wanting to, I guess, see more. And that wasn't exactly, my mom just worried all the time. And my dad would always tell her, he'd say, Lori, you're going to have to let those kids go. He said, when I was growing up, he said, I, did everything. I didn't just like stay in the yard. He said, me and my brothers went off and done God knows what. They would go frog gigging at night. And if anybody doesn't know what frog gigging is, I can try to explain to you what that is. Um, fishing at night, when they got a little bit older, hunting, my dad used to coon hunt. So you coon hunt usually at nighttime and you take the coon hounds out and they tree the coons. And I'm not going to go into great detail about that because nobody wants to hear about somebody killing coons. But there used to be a really high price attached to coon hides and other animal hides. And so there are pictures, and I'm ashamed of these pictures now. There are pictures of me as a little girl in my nightgown holding up dead coon hides. And my mom still got these pictures, and I said, that's one of my great shames. As much as I love animals, and there I was just, you know, smiling and showing off those coon hides. Um,
did you eat the raccoons?
no, we did. I ate a lot of other wildlife. I ate rabbit, I ate squirrel, I ate deer. all kinds of fish, mainly like crappie and bluegill, sometimes catfish. Um, but there were a lot of things I ate, but I don't think anybody in my family ever ate coons. I think my papa ate squirrel brains. That was something I never wanted to. Frog legs I've eat. Um, so, but I kind of lost my taste for a lot of that stuff, rabbit and squirrel and frog legs and stuff like that over time. I'll still eat fish, um, and deer meat, of course,
Hmm.
um, which, I think deer meat's good, but you got to know the right way to cook it, the right way to prepare it, because I've heard a lot of people say they don't like the wild taste to it. And I always was like, what's the wild taste? I don't know what you're talking about because my mom would always fix it in such a way that it just tasted like meat to me. I don't know what people are talking about a wild taste. Maybe somebody else can fill me in on that. Um, Blissel said her uncles were hunters. She's had all kinds of wild game. Um, but guys, this has been fun. But it is almost midnight, and I'll probably be
TJ's
falling.
not gonna like this stream because it's so long.
he'll be making fun of us again.
I had said to him, I was like, I think you were in the chat. I was like, I got the last monster stream. I got her under 4 hours.
Exactly. Um, and he was. I know he was kidding, but he said
I,
TJ keeps you on there all the time for all hours of the night. I said, no, it ain't TJ.
I'm
It's
trying to hurry you along.
I think you do try to hurry me along sometimes, but that's okay. Sometimes I need it. Um, but anyway, I want to thank everybody for being in here tonight. I want to thank TJ for coming in for the Evil Dead portion.
Thank you. We love being on.
Darcy even loves being on. Uh, Oh, Dirk says too gamey. Love venison soaked in milk. I've never done the venison soaked in milk, but Mom would always soak it in like salt water overnight, like tenderloin pieces, and that would get all the blood to come out of it. And I always heard that that would make it less, as Dirk says, gamey. Um, Oh, Texas's stepdad killed a wild boar. Never ate wild boar though. I can't say that I've. I know CK told me one time that I believe he said his dad brought him some antelope to where CK was working at the time. He just brought him lunch, and he waited for CK to take a few bites of it. And CK was like, "Oh, this is pretty good. What is it, Dad?" And he said it's antelope, and he said he almost threw up when he told him that. And Steve's like that too. If he doesn't know it's deer meat, I can trick him into eating it. And then if I tell him after he takes a few bites, he said, I knew it was something different. I knew that wasn't ground beef. But deer burgers are really good, guys. Everybody should try those at least once. Um, Thank you, Texas. Texas says excellent live, Dana and TJ. Um, yeah, some of the rest of you guys need to get in on these coming in here live. Leslie, you say you were listening. It was a great live. Well, thank you very much. And so, again, I want to thank everybody for being in here tonight. It's been fun. We're kind of fluctuating between 6 and 8 people right now. I don't know where Uncle Bill went. He was like in here earlier and then he skipped out on me. Hey, Coco, you say my grandma used to make deer jerky, which is good. Deer jerky is good. Deer meat is good, but can make you make you farty. Night, guys. Okay. So on that note, I'm going to skedaddle on out of here for the night, and I will see everyone on the flip side. Have a good night, TJ.
Read a book, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Uh, but don't read the Necronomicon because bad things
Don't
will
read it out
happen.
loud. Read it to yourself.
Read it silently.
Yeah.
Uh, and good night, everybody in the chat. And I will be doing yet another watch along tomorrow night and Sunday.
Have a good
So
weekend, everybody.
have a great weekend. Hope to see some of you guys, if not all of you, in the next watch alongs. Bye, everybody. Bye, TJ.
Bye, Dan.